Good afternoon. Announcements. All open sessions of the Board of Trustees are recorded and streamed in real time at www.fuhsd.net. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting order at 4:31 p.m. Fallbrook Union High School Library, 2400 South Stagecoach Lane, Fallbrook, California, 92028. Closed session agenda. Public employment discipline, dismissal and release. Government Code Section 54957. Conference with legal counsel pending litigation. Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. Conference with labor negotiations, Government Code Section 54957.6. District negotiator is Ilsa Garza Gonzalez, Superintendent. Employee organizations are FHSTA and SEIU. Unrepresented employees, classified management, certificated management, and confidential employees. Opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any item described in this agenda for the closed session. Opportunity will be granted for open sessions. Government Code Section 54954.3. Do we have any comments?
We do not.
Awesome. We will now adjourn to closed session at 4:32 p.m. Thank you. at 5:30 p.m. Announcements. All open board sessions of the Board of Trustees are recorded and streamed in real time at www.fuhsd.net. We will now, our flag salute will be led by Ms. Trujillo.
Would everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. Roll call. Board of Trustees, Oscar Caralampio is present. Eddie Jones, Vice President.
Present.
Teona Rodarte, Clerk.
Present.
Mr. Paul Christensen, Trustee, is absent. Mr. Chris Haskell.
Present.
Student Board Representative, Nenny Cruz.
Present.
Kara Hart is absent. And Ms. Trujillo. Thank you. Superintendent is Ilsa Garza Gonzalez.
Present.
Thank you. Informal review of governing team norms. The Board of Trustees approved norms are that we be respectful, be approachable, be open-minded, be communicative with no surprises, be willing to listen, be prepared, and be trustworthy. Report from closed session. Public Employment Discipline Dismissal and Release Government Code Section 54957, nothing to report. Conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Government Code Section 54956.1D1, nothing to report. Conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, nothing to report. Conference with labor negotiations, Government Code Section 54957.6. District negotiator is Itza Garza Gonzalez, our superintendent. Employee organizations are FHSTA and SEIU. And unrepresented employees, classified management, certificated management, and confidential management. Confidential employees. We will now move to adopt the agenda.
I'll move the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? None? Okay. Ms. Cruz, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Hart's absent. Ms. Trujillo?
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Caralampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen's not here. Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Thank you. Recognitions.
Yes, so we want to start off by recognizing our culinary pathway students taught by Mr. Santo Cruz. If you could come up to the podium and the mic, and I see we have a new student joining us this evening. The culinary pathway students prepared this evening's meal for the board, and we'd like to hear a little bit about you. If you could introduce yourselves and then tell us how you went about preparing tonight's meal.
Hi, my name is Cash. It's my first time doing this, cooking. I just started culinary this year, second trimester, and obviously a little nervous, but
What did you make today, Cash?
we made Philly cheesesteak, but instead of bread, we used pizza crust and folded it in. And JD made the meat for the Philly cheesesteak. Carmen made a side of cucumber salad, and that's about it. Yeah, hope you guys enjoy it. Yeah.
You guys want to say anything? I just want to update everyone on JD's success here. He's definitely making it to finals, so he made it through prelims. Can we give him a hand for that? So he's already winning a scholarship. He's just going to competition to see how big the scholarship is going to be. So if he makes some of the top ranks, make about $100,000 in scholarship money, a free ride, and then so there's 35 places. So he's already a winner. Thank you.
At this time, we're going to move on to our Fallbrook's Finest. If I could have the board and our student board members stand in front of the day. We are recognizing a large group of students tonight as Fallbrook's Finest students. The Scholastic Art and Writing Awards represent the nation's longest-running and most prestigious recognition program for creative teens. Each year, the awards provide significant scholarship opportunities and national visibility for young artists and writers across the United States and Canada. Students in grades 7 through 12 ages 13 and older may submit original works for the opportunity to earn regional and national recognition, publication, and exhibition opportunities. The program is administered by the Alliance for Young Artists and Writers, a nonprofit organization that partners with more than 100 regional affiliates to host the awards in their local communities. Nationally, the Scholastic Awards receive more than 310,000 entries annually. Within our own region, more than 7,000 submissions were evaluated this year, making our students' achievements especially noteworthy. This evening, we are proud to honor several Fallbrook High School students whose work rose to the top of this competitive field. Even more remarkable is that all of these students are currently in Art 1, their very first course in the visual arts pathway. Their willingness to submit work for professional level critique demonstrates courage, creativity, and a strong commitment to growth. As I call your name, please step forward. We are incredibly proud of their accomplishments. Student participant art submissions: Alejandra Aguilar, Ben Bezant, Emily West, Uni Sebastian, Ezra DeVille, Layla Balbier, and if I mispronounce your name, please, as you're walking by, correct it for me. Michaela Vance, Melanie Vasquez, Isaac Price, Alyssa Garcia, and with writing submissions, Ezra DeVille with poetry, and Kaylin Matsky, personal grief memoir. Tonight, we would also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Miss Bird, whose dedication, encouragement, and exceptional instruction have helped nurture these emergent artists and writers. Her commitment to fostering creativity and confidence in students, especially those beginning their artistic journey, has been instrumental in their success. We are deeply grateful for her leadership and for inspiring our warriors to take risks, challenge themselves, and share their voices with a broader audience. If you could join your students, we would appreciate that. The award recipients being recognized tonight are Lucy Calverley, Silver Key Award; Leilani Munoz, honorable mention; Jessica Diaz, honorable mention; and Wendy Sanchez, honorable mention. And you can also see some of their artwork throughout the library being displayed. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to move on to Fallbrook's Finest Department. So if you are with our CTE department, if you're a CTE department teacher, if you could come up, that way I know who's here and I can call your name at the end. But our career and technical education CTE teachers are being honored tonight as Fallbrook's finest for their exceptional dedication to student learning, innovation, and real-world readiness. Every day, they design hands-on, industry-aligned learning experiences that ignite curiosity, build confidence, and prepare students for both college and career pathways. Fallbrook High School proudly offers a diverse and robust set of CTE programs, including FFA, Agriculture, Marine Corps Junior ROTC, Transportation Technology, Engineering, Culinary Arts, Digital Media, and Patient Care. These pathways give students opportunities to develop technical skills, earn industry-recognized certifications, and engage in authentic career exploration while discovering their own strengths and passions. Our CTE teachers' commitment to excellence, collaboration with community and industry partners, and unwavering belief in our students make them true leaders in our district. Their work not only strengthens Fallbrook's future workforce, but also transforms lives by empowering students with purpose, direction, and a vision for their future. I can say that the 4 CTE teachers with us tonight represent programs that are visible at every one of our events, which means our teachers are putting in extra hours to supervise their students and make sure that their programs are getting recognition. We are proud to celebrate our CTE teachers this evening and deeply grateful for the meaningful impact they make every day. With us tonight, Margaret Chapman from FFA, Santo Cruz from our culinary pathway, First Sergeant Michael Stout, and Chief Warrant Officer Tom Smith from Marine Corps Junior ROTC. Thank you. And then if we can get a picture. Thank you very much for all that you do. Fallbrook's finest community partner. And I'm going to share that I think it was last week a board member asked, do we have this program at our schools? Because if we don't, we should. And I was very proud to say we have had this program at our schools for a number of years. But for the past several years, Attila and the Boys to Men organization have built a powerful and enduring partnership with Ivy High School, one that has become a cornerstone of our Friday enrichment program. Through consistent mentorship and unwavering presence, Attila and his team provide our male students with the tools, encouragement, and emotional support they need to navigate complex real-world challenges. Attila connects with students in a way that is authentic, respectful, and deeply human. His presence on campus each week has made him a trusted and familiar figure. Our students genuinely look forward to his arrival, knowing they will be met with understanding, accountability, and community. His influence aligns beautifully with our mission at Ivy High School, transformation through education and relationships. Boys to Men is a nationally respected organization dedicated to supporting young men who may be facing significant personal obstacles. By creating a safe environment for honest dialogue, emotional expression, and healthy vulnerability, Boys to Men helps disrupt cycles of isolation and destructive behavior. Their evidence-based model is rooted in the belief that when young men are truly heard and challenged by consistent, reliable mentors, they develop the self-worth, resilience, and responsibility necessary to thrive. Attila and his team exemplify this philosophy every week. Through personal connection, practical problem solving, and a focus on emotional intelligence, they help our students strengthen decision-making skills, relationships, and confidence. Their contributions have not only supported individual growth, but have helped reinforce the strong sense of community we hold dear. At Ivy, we are a small school with a big family, and Attila, along with our Boys to Men mentors, has played a meaningful role in strengthening that family bond. We are profoundly grateful for their dedication, compassion, and belief in our students. Thank you, Attila, and thank you to the Boys to Men mentors for your unwavering support and transformative impact. If you could please come forward and be recognized. And did I pronounce your name correctly? Did I pronounce your name correctly? Yes, you did. Okay. And anyone who's been to an Ivy graduation or an Ivy event will see Attila there. It's not only on the Fridays when he's there to mentor students, but he makes sure that they know that he's available to them outside of the program as well. One more. We have to get Gardner in the picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Next, we will move into presentations. First presentation tonight is from Annual Audit Report for fiscal year 2024-2025. Andrew Park and A.D. Bailey. Thank you.
Good evening. A bit late, but Happy New Year. Yes. Pleasure to be here as always, here to present the results of the audit. So just to kind of preface, it is tax season. Okay, we all know that. We love taxes, right? So the way audit works is no one likes us for a very specific reason. We only report the bad, right? And then when there's good, we don't say a thing, right? So silence is golden. If we report anything, there's always something to note. Okay, so please keep that in mind. So as I always mention every year, and I'm not going to go through the whole spiel, it looks like the composition of the board's pretty much the same, right? So the fastest way to kind of gauge how the audit went is to refer to page 89 of the main audit report. It's called the Summary of Auditor's Results. Okay, page 89. And I'll wait for you to flip there. Okay. So our primary job is to provide assurance mainly on the financial statements. Now, what am I referring to? You were presented with a document called Unaudited Actuals back in September of last year. And my primary responsibility is to audit that information and report back to the board in terms of, are the numbers correct? Are there any type of deficiencies involved as far as the preparation of those financial statements? On top of that, there's some caveats to what else, the other areas that we look at. We also look at the district's compliance with federal awards. You do receive about $7 million in federal subsidies, so we are required to audit that. Unfortunately, there are strings attached. And we're also required to audit your compliance with state requirements, and there's a whole slew of them. So again, just to quickly preface, we do this in the varying level of assurance. Highest level of assurance being unmodified, followed by qualified, adverse, disclaimer. So generally speaking, if you have a qualified opinion, or even worse, adverse or disclaimer, that's a big red flag in general. You should never see that on an audit report, especially for a governmental entity. So I'll go through each of the sections. Again, there's 3 sections: financial statements, federal awards, and state compliance. So to quickly summarize, actually, why don't I do this again? Each of the 3 sections that we focused on, with an emphasis on the financial statements, our opinion overall was unmodified for each of the areas. Again, it was a clean opinion. And as I've mentioned, silence is golden. I really don't have much to report to you. It's kind of a vanilla audit this year. So the district, I am happy to report to the board that the district did address the deficiencies that we encountered in 23-24, in 24-25 fiscal year. So again, it's a vanilla audit. I mean, really, I don't have much to report to you other than, you know, we got through it pretty quick. Okay. Any specific questions that I may try to answer for the board? Okay. Perfect. No news is good news. All right.
Thank you. You guys have any questions?
So I believe I'm supposed to present on
Yes.
the
Next,
bond
we
audit
have
as well.
state funding update for facilities, Kane Consulting.
Let's see.
Oh, sorry.
He has another.
You have another one?
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is the audit results covering your building fund, Measure AA funds. So I'll go through it rather quickly. So it's a two-part audit. First is a scaled-down financial audit specifically catered for Measure AA funds. These funds are housed in your building fund or Fund 21. We scale it down and we do a financial audit on that. And second half is what everybody's interested in. This is the performance aspect of it or the compliance, right? The question of, did the district take the proceeds and spend it in accordance to what the voters have approved? That's the ultimate question that we're answering. With respect to the financial statements, again, we provided the highest level of assurance. It was an unmodified opinion. We didn't have to propose or post any type of adjustments to realign the financial statements. It was a clean opinion. So again, nothing exciting on that end. To give you an overall synopsis in terms of the second half, which is what everybody's interested in, we tested a total of $8.1 million out of $11.2 million, roughly covering 73. Now, I know a lot of the board members ask, why didn't you test 100%? The principle behind auditing is a statistical sampling method. So the assumption is that if we sample randomly, we would cover just about everything. And if there's any type of exceptions, it would show. And then if there are exceptions, it would force us to audit more. And then if that doesn't work, then we would stratify. And then we basically apply the error rate to the remaining population. Again, a little bit more than you need to know. But we did cover quite a bit, 73% coverage. So what was the result? We believe, based on the testing that we performed, the district spent all of the bond proceeds in 24-25 in accordance to what the voters have approved. Again, nothing to report to the board. Any questions on the bond? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Now we have state funding update for facilities, Kane Consulting.
Yes, this is going to be a virtual presentation, so our tech department gets that ready. I do want to let the board know that if you have questions, your microphones will not work. Let me know. I will bring this microphone to you so that you can ask the question and that they're able to hear you. And board members, you do have the PowerPoint presentation in your packet.
best guarantee of funding for facilities for schools across the state of California. They provide matching dollars at different levels depending on the type of program, for anything from new facilities, modernizations, facility hardship. We'll go into a little bit more detail of the different programs. It's a complicated process. Like I said, there are a number of different programs that all have different requirements. There are more public agencies than just OPSC and the SAB. When you get a project funded through one of these programs, they need oversight by the Division of State Architects to look at structural safety, accessibility, fire, life safety. And then the California Department of Education also wants to take a look at those projects to make sure that they're meeting all the Title V regulations. Sometimes you need oversight from the California Geological Society. There's a lot of different state agencies that are involved in the approval process for school construction projects. The timeline can vary, again, depending on the type of funding program. Can be you can get your funding as soon as 90 to 120 days, all the way out to 3 years, depending on the type of program. And there are a lot of regulatory changes. Right now, we're going through a lot of really big changes after the passage of Prop 2 in November of 2024. A lot of new programs, new supplemental grants. So our job is to keep up to date of all of these regulatory changes and inform you, your community, your stakeholders, and the staff to make sure that we are exploring all possibilities for state funding.
Yeah, for a small school district like you, so over half of the school districts in California are small, less than 2,500 students enrolled. And for small school districts, oftentimes you don't have the bandwidth to take on kind of everything that's required to push these applications forward, get the funding, do all the audit and expenditure reporting. Your district staff has done an incredible job of participating in this program. I really want to highlight and kind of shine a light on how impressed we were when we came on board, that you have really been taking the highest advantage of these various programs with your projects that you've been doing, your capital facility projects. In fact, you're already in line for some modernization funding applications, which we're going to talk about tonight, and we're going to talk about the cash flow and when you can expect that. We're also exploring a facility hardship application for your pool project at the high school, which we have already received conceptual approval for since we came on board, using the reports and the concurrence letters that were already obtained previous to us kind of coming here. That's my area, specialty area. And then you also have a Career Tech Ed Facilities Grant Program grant that was submitted in this last round, and it has received a score. We don't know yet if it will be funded, but it did receive a very high score. And those are in the process now. In the next couple of weeks, CDE will release all the scores, and then the next step is to move to OPSC to be ranked by rural, suburban, and urban locale codes, and then they fund the top scoring grants. So within the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to let your district know if you scored high enough to be funded. So again, as a small school district, already having taken advantage and continuing to take advantage of these programs is something to really be proud of. And historically, going back to the start of the program in the early 2000s, you've been really successful with both new construction and modernization applications. You've received almost $6 million in state funding already. But the most exciting part for us is that you already have an unfunded approval for your Fallbrook High modernization project that you did. You submitted your application way back in June of 2022. It received an unfunded approval last fall, and those funds, that $8 million, we will participate you in the priority and funding round, which is in May, June, and it's just the process by which you have to go. So it's about 3 years from the time you submit your application until the state picks it up, looks at it, checks all their boxes, crosses all the T's, dots all the I's. And then they're like, okay, you are eligible. We will give you this funding. Tell us you're ready for your funding. And then we have to go gather all those districts that are ready for their funding and go out and sell bonds. And so it takes still yet another 6 to 12 months after your application is actually picked up and processed and approved to get your funding. So we know we're going to participate you in PIF. or sorry, we already participated you in PIF in November because you got your unfunded approval in the fall. The very latest, you're going to get that close to $8 million by June of this year. So they'll take your unfunded approval of that application back for what's called a funded apportionment now that they've sold bonds to cover that amount. Probably, and then it's usually 4 to 8 weeks for fund release. So the June date is the most kind of conservative date for that funding application. You also have an application that was submitted in August of 2023. You should be getting a 90-day notification for that Ivy High modernization application any day now. They just released the 90-day notification list at the end of January for applications that were submitted up to August 9th, 2023. So we believe that you'll get those, that they're going to pick up your application within the next 90 days from now. And then there's a period of processing, and then it will need to go to board for an unfunded approval, participate in that priority and funding round this November, December. And then again, just like your Fallbrook High application, the same time next year, you'd be receiving that almost $1 million. Your Fallbrook High for new construction and modernization are a little bit different. The high school, the new construction application requires that you have the new construction eligibility at the time the application up, so it's less of a guarantee of funding, that 1.3 million. That amount does not include site development. So your service site, offsite, and utility in addition to that 1.3 million, if we're able to generate the eligibility, and we're working on that eligibility right now for you. And the modernization application was submitted a little bit later. So that really big one, that almost $18 million, we're anticipating late 2027 that you'll get that funding. And then, like I said before, the facility hardship application, those applications, while the new construction and the modernization are a first in, first out, so you get in line, you wait 3 years, they pick it up and process it. For facility hardship applications, those frog leap over everybody directly to the front of the line. They're processed within 90 to 120 days. That doesn't mean you get your money within 90 to 120 days. It means you go to board, you get your unfunded approval, and then you have to go back for your funded apportionment after a participation in PIF. So it's still about a year from the time you submit your application to funding, but it's much quicker than the other programs. And obviously the CTE application that was submitted in November of last year received that score, and we should know in the next couple weeks if that will be funded. So, your applications that were submitted are all within bond authority. So while Prop 2 passed, and it's wonderful and we're thrilled, your district did an amazing job of submitting when the state was completely out of money. They submitted these applications, and because Prop 2 passed and you were so proactive in submitting the applications when you had the eligibility, they are now going to be funded. So like I said, you have to demonstrate you have the new construction eligibility at the time of processing. You do have new construction eligibility right now. It's all in the SDC category, so severe and non-severe. So we wouldn't be able to tap into that to fund this application, but we're hoping with your 25-26 new construction eligibility update that we can find some measure of this 1.3 million, because if all we find is a tiny bit of eligibility, we can still request all of your site development for that project, which could be,
It's about 1.8 million estimated right
1.8 million estimated.
Yeah.
So we're working on that as well. But here's your cash flow. This cash flow is really when we think those funds are going to hit your account. So taking everything into consideration, the processing, all the jargon of going for unfunded approvals and funded apportionments, this is when we think the money is going to be in your bank account.
So after all of those other applications that you've had in line, you have what's called a modernization eligibility baseline. That's sort of your bank account at the state, where the ages of all of your facilities is calculated and determine whether or not they generate eligibility. When your permanent buildings turn 25 years old, they begin generating modernization eligibility. When your permanent buildings are 25 years old and when your portable buildings are 20, they start generating modernization eligibility. So we create that bank of eligibility, and then we draw that down by the pupil grant requested in your applications. So after doing all of those calculations, this is what the district has remaining right now. At Fallbrook High, there's about $300 available right now for modernization, and at Ivy High about $173,000. And then there's what's called second round modernization eligibility. That means in the other slide that we showed you that the district had about $6 million way back at the beginning of this program. So when the program started in the early 2000s, the district already had facilities that were 20 to 25 years old and maximized your eligibility and submitted applications at that time. Well, here we are now in 2026, and those buildings are now turning over again to be 20 and 25 years old. So that's where you have the second round modernization eligibility, which is about $3 million generated by your permanent facilities at Fallbrook High, and then about $345,000 generated by portable buildings. Go ahead, do you want to talk about this one?
The new construction eligibility is a little bit different than modernization eligibility. So while your modernization eligibility is based on how many kids do we have and how many facilities do we have that are 20 or 25 years old, your new construction eligibility is a little bit different. It works in a way that you have to use the state's enrollment projection calculator, and then they compare what that spits out as your 10-year enrollment projection, 5 or 10-year enrollment projection, whichever's better, to what your baseline facilities are when you established eligibility plus any classrooms you added since that time. So, you know, it looks like we have $11.1 million to spend. Well, that's true. You have $11.1 million to spend to house non-severe or severe students. You don't have any locked in right now at the K6, 7, 8, or 9, 12 level, but this is what we're updating in the current year. And we have an expert demographer on staff who helps us with these calculations to try and find you some measure of eligibility for that application. What's nice about your district is that you're a small school district, so you have some advantages that other districts don't, like the LA Unifieds and the Oakland Unifieds. No disrespect to them, but your enrollments fluctuate so much that even a small fluctuation in your enrollments can have a big impact on this. So the state allows you to lock this in for 5 years. And so, you know, if we find some measure of eligibility in the regular categories in K6, 7, 8, or 9, 12, we would lock you in for a 5-year period from SAB approval, which gives you more confidence because, like I said before, for new construction applications, you have to show that you have the eligibility for that application when you submit it and when it's picked up in both of those years. And like we showed you, it could be, you know, 3 or 4 years apart, those dates. So, so this is a work in progress. You do have that new construction application in line, and we'll provide you with an update just as soon as we get your 25-26 eligibility updated. We're required to use your certified CalPADS enrollment, so that's what we're waiting for. The facility hardship program, you know, if you think of the state school facility program as kind of this umbrella, and underneath it, there's all these different funding mechanisms, right? There's career tech ed, which you submitted for. There's modernization and new construction, which we've already talked about. And then there's also facility hardship. This is a really unique program, and it's for projects that pose an imminent threat to the health and safety of pupils. And that doesn't mean that, you know, that you have to move kids off your campus or close a building. It just means that, hey, we have this situation, and, you know, these facilities or this pool deck, you know, this is not in the best condition, and we think we might apply, you know, and qualify for this program. And so you've had some reports done. The reports are typically done. It's just like a regular application, but it does require that you have a industry specialist report completed. You've had that completed. Renelle Clark did that for you. It requires that a government agency concur. DSA has done that. And so we know that the pool deck, potentially the pool itself and the equipment building, that those all need to be replaced. And like I said, OPSC has provided us with a conceptual approval for that. The next steps for this program, in order for you to submit an application and frog leap and get that project funded, is to, per OPSC, update the report to include what the minimum work is. So do we just need to cover everything up? Do replace everything? Do we just need to replace the deck? Do we need to replace the deck in the equipment room? what is the minimum work necessary to kind of mitigate, the issues that exist? And then have DSA concur again with that updated report. And then to prepare at what's called an SAB 5801, the way that this program funds is not based on your actual cost estimate, but you have to use the state's template for a cost estimate, which is based on a construction cost index, F3 level cost. But what we found is that typically that funding is more than enough to cover the cost of the project. And then to submit and then obtain your CDE and DSA approvals, and then submit your funding application to OPSC. And that's when that 1 year away from funding clock really starts ticking. So if it's a project that you wanted to move forward with, knowing that you have this conceptual approval and you already have kind of the required industry specialist report and concurrence, and those just need to be updated, and we need a cost estimate, you could move forward with your design for that project, get your DSA and CDE approvals, and then we could submit that application for funding. And then really quickly before we end the conversation, I'll let April talk a little bit about the small school district program, because as a small school district, you've probably heard about it. We're going to be presenting at the SSDA conference, yes, and hope to see some of you there about that program.
So under Proposition 2, as I said earlier, there are a lot of new programs, new supplemental grants that have come in. And one of those programs is the Small School District Program. And this is really the first of its kind. Proposition 2 approved $8.5 billion for TK through 12 school districts facilities across the state. And it's split up into a couple of different buckets. 3.3 billion of that was set aside for new construction, and 4 billion is set aside for modernization. What OPSC has done is said, we need to set aside 10% of those buckets for new construction and modernization that can only be utilized by small school districts, because there's this giant workload list that all the schools and all the districts in the state get added to when you submit for funding. And that's why those, you're waiting 3 years in line. Small school districts have the opportunity to have their own workload list for their own pot of money set aside. So it's 330 million for new construction and 400 million for modernization funding. And there are some nuances to that and some advantages that are not provided to larger school districts in that main program. You can get what's called preliminary apportionments. So as a small school district in this program specifically, you can go in and say, we have a project, we want to request all of our modernization or our new construction eligibility for this project. And OPSC will set aside, they'll essentially encumber those funds for you and say, okay, we're going to set this aside for you. Now go get your designs, go, create your drawings, get it approved by DSA and CDE. You have 4 to 5 years to come back and then receive your full grant amount. And that's not an option in the main program. So there are a lot of nuances to this. The modernization program is going to open for applications in November, I believe November 3rd of 2026, and then in January of 2027 for new construction applications.
And I think what's really, obviously we would, as your funding consultants, encourage you to allow us the opportunity to submit on your behalf, whatever your new construction eligibility ends up being. This year is to go ahead and just submit for that preliminary apportionment. It just means that they're going to reserve that bonding authority for you. So at any time in the next 4 to 5 years, if you want to come in with an application, if it's for, just non-severe classrooms, or if we find you some at the K6, 7, 8, or 9, 12 level, that you want to reserve those funds so that you don't have to wait for another state bond to pass if a project comes up that you want to do. The modernization eligibility that you have remaining, we have past projects. So the modernization program is reimbursable. We do have past projects that we can immediately submit for to get you between $400,000 and $800,000 based on your existing modernization eligibility and that second round portable modernization eligibility, which has some nuances to it. And then, but if we weren't to go back for those projects, or if your 25-26 mod eligibility ends up being more, we could reserve some of that funding for you as well. And we should also indicate that all of the base grants amount that we showed you for your remaining eligibility is the most conservative estimate. There are special supplemental grants for things like energy efficiency, CTE facilities,
Minimum essential
minimum
facilities.
essential facilities.
If you had a 75-year-old building and you wanted to tear it down and replace it, you would get a separate, supplemental grant just for that. Prop 2 has ushered in a lot more opportunities to supplement your funding. And over the last year, the Office of Public School Construction has been creating these new regulations for all of these programs. And actually, the regulations for the small school district program were really just finalized in the last 2 weeks, and we'll be going to the state allocation board for approval in February. So these programs, we've been following it very closely. We've attended, I think, somewhere around 19 or 20 stakeholder meetings with the Office of Public School Construction so that we can keep up to date on this and make sure that we know the ins and outs of these programs and that we can maximize your eligibility for the scope of your, in particular, your specific projects.
Yeah.
We have given you a lot of information in a very short amount of time. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Yes. It does. I think I understand what you're saying. So tell me if I got the question wrong. All of these funds that are coming back to you, you have already met your district match. So this is all funding that's been applied for. When these funds come into your bank account in these months, they will go into what's called a Fund 35. And then they have to be spent on capital facilities. So you can't take all this reimbursement and put it into your general fund. Mm-hmm. It has to go into your Fund 35. You have to spend it on capital facilities. So this doesn't require that you have eligibility. This is eligibility you've already taken. So we're showing you, here's all the money you're going to get for out of your bank account that you've already asked for, and then here's what's also remaining. So if you were to go out for a bond for new projects, you can combine that bond money with this $28 million that you'll be getting in reimbursement from the state between now and June of 2028. Yeah, and this is really the way, sorry, really quickly, this is kind of the way it works. And it gets really confusing, I think, sometimes for the community to say, well, I don't understand. Like, districts are just, used to be in this program when I started in 1998, 2000. You would submit your application, within 6 months they would process it, and within 12 months you'd have your money. And then, as bonds passed and the state just slowed down, the timeline expanded to like 5 or 6 years after Prop 1D ran out, and then Prop 51 passed, and then they started running out of money, so they slowed down a little bit. So every district is in your situation where they've already spent their local dollars and they're waiting to be reimbursed from the state. And then when they get reimbursed from the state, they do more projects, and then they take those projects and apply for whatever eligibility they have remaining, and then they wait to get those. So it's kind of this,
Mm-hmm.
cycle. The SAB 5801 that has not been completed for the pool project, but I believe you have a cost estimate for that project already. The hard construction cost is what you can expect to receive, right? So every project has hard construction costs and soft costs. So your hard construction costs are hammer, nails, build the building, tip it over, shake it out. Anything that falls out is not a hard construction cost. So that's your general contractor. That's that cost. That is typically what you can expect to receive from the state for any state-funded project. The rest you have to make up yourself. So say your pool project, and I don't know the exact dollars, is $10 million all in, then you could expect, probably $6 million from the state, and then the other $4 million you would allocate to soft costs. That's a little high for soft costs. Usually they come in a little bit less. But those are expenditures that the state does not fund, and you can talk a little bit about that if you want to, just the difference between hard and soft and what's an eligible expenditure and what's not.
Yeah, so, oh, go ahead. Did you have another question?
Yes, so those are eligible soft costs for this project. You've already spent some funds toward it. Those are certainly eligible expenditures, but they're not reimbursable expenditures. So we would include those on the request. But again, every state program has a state share and a district share, and they expect you to pay for design, engineer, yeah, our fees, and then they will cover the hard construction costs of the project. Most of the time, it's enough to cover the hard construction. Yes. Sometimes the cost estimate that they require you to use might fall a little bit short of your actual construction costs, which really just depends on where are we with prevailing wage, where are we with, rising materials costs, and are there other challenges? But typically everything in the DSA plan set that is required for construction is eligible to be funded by the state.
And it's really important to look at this strategically. If your project, if your facility hardship funding did not cover all of the hard construction costs, we could look at it and create a hybrid project, which means we would use your modernization eligibility for a portion of the project that wasn't funded for the hard construction, that maybe wasn't funded by the facility hardship funding. So, and you have that eligibility. So we would look at that strategically to make sure that we are getting as much out of the state to cover your hard construction as we possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, we would want to include everything that we could in the facility hardship application and tie everything we could towards that. So that's really our job, is saying, okay, you have this project, like capital P, and then we say, maybe we can put 3 different funding opportunities with it, right? And that's how we strategically fund your projects, is combining as many funding mechanisms as we can to get you the most amount of money to match to your local dollars. But I think you have this amazing opportunity, because you've been so proactive in the program, to take this reimbursement money that, had you just spent and not ever applied to the state, you would be, you wouldn't be having these funds coming back to you to be able to move this project forward. So I think it's a great opportunity to prioritize and decide which project you want to move forward. And the sooner you can move forward with your design and get your DSA and CDE approvals for that project, the sooner you're going to get funded for it.
Thank you. You guys have been wonderful. One last question, I'm going to turn the microphone over to somebody else. You guys have mentioned numbers in the hundreds of thousands and like 4 to 6 million. Is there a maximum amount that schools are given, that it doesn't go past a certain dollar amount?
It really depends on the eligibility in each different program. It depends on your project cost. So there's not really a one size fits all, and there's not necessarily a limit. It just depends on how much you're eligible for in each of the separate project or programs. But you're not cut off at any certain level. If you get if you get 30 million from the state, they don't cut you off and say, never mind, you've had enough.
That's right.
If you still have eligibility, you keep applying and you keep getting those checks.
Yes. Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Kind of good news. I just kind of want to say, I want to thank the ladies we just talked to for their help, but I also just want to give a shout out to our superintendent, who was kind of the one that spearheaded this, looking for these matching funds that we weren't aware of several years ago. So thank you very much, because like I said, this is really good news.
And our CBO, we are definitely a team. And then Dr. Luna has been working on the CTE application. So it's a team effort. Thank you.
We've got an awesome team. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Next, we have public comments. The Fallbrook Union High School District Board of Education encourages and invites the public to comment on agenda and non-agenda items. Individual speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Per legislation 1292, the board will give twice allotted time to a member of the public who utilizes translating technology assistance to address the board. Total public input on any one subject will be limited to 20 minutes and may be extended at the discretion of the board president. Comments on non-agenda items will be heard at this time. Comments on an agenda item may be taken at this time or when the agenda item is discussed by the board. Speakers will be called in order by topic and when card is submitted. The district silence should not be mistaken for agreement with public comments. Rather, the board remains silent to comply with California law, avoid legal entanglements, and/or protect the privacy of those involved. Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Thank you. Next, we move on to communications and reports. First will be our student board representatives.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nenny Cruz, and I am here today to present Ivy High School's report for the exciting month of February. First, I would like to mention fun holiday activities. Students and staff are embracing the Valentine spirit with candygrams being distributed among students, and we are gratefully accepting generous donations from the students and families. And our amazing leadership class has been working hard to showcase the following events we will be having at our campus. Secondly, I would love to recognize the amazing opportunity Ivy has given me being in dual enrollment. Taking classes at Palomar has helped me prepare for college and learn to manage my time and balancing both high school and college. Being in dual enrollment has helped me academically with self-motivation and helped me learn how to adapt to a new environment. I believe it is a great opportunity for students because it allows them to not only get a head start in college credits, but also helps them prepare and get a little bit of experience instead of just being rushed into it right after high school. Lastly, I would like to recognize the recent meeting we had from WASC. They went around the school and observed and talked with students and teachers. They sat us down in a small group and asked a couple questions like how we feel supported by our staff, our sports at Ivy, and if we face any challenges academically. I believe it helps the school listen to students' voices and make improvements that directly help benefit learning and overall experience for students attending. Thank you. I hope to see everyone in April.
Good evening, trusted members of the board. My name is Ashton Trujillo, and as always, I am very ecstatic to be here with you and give you a presentation about what's been happening at Fallbrook. Charlize was supposed to be here today, but she could not due to complications, so I will be taking over. Since we last met, quite a few things have happened at the high school. On January 28th, 8th grade tours commenced, and a showcase took place to highlight all the clubs and sports we offer at Fallbrook. So future warriors came to the high school to tour different programs and academics, and they tested the waters of high school life. AVID, ASB, and ROTC worked together to host these educational tours, ensuring the event's success. At the end of the tours, this showcase commenced, so I and 2 other students planned the showcase pep rally. Again, we were highlighting band, drumline, color guard, dance, cheer, baile folclórico, and other winter sports to the 8th graders. This was done to pique their interest in future opportunities offered at the high school. Most recently, on the 5th of February, Winterfest took place, and it was a huge success. We had a bunch of incoming freshmen and Fallbrook students as well. In addition to the services offered by ASB, there was a presentation offered by the counselors just to inform parents and future freshmen. It was hosted in the Performing Arts Center. As a reminder, Winterfest is a production planned and put on by the sophomore class. It was an opportunity to showcase the various clubs here at Fallbrook and the academic opportunities. It was an event open to the entire Fallbrook community with future 8th graders or future warriors in mind. It contained a variety of food trucks and arcade games for the students to enjoy. February is Kindness Month, so the 19th through the 13th, ASB hosted a week-long activities to spread kindness throughout campus. Monday kicked off the week with a walking photo op at lunch. Tuesday had a kindness tree in which students could write kind messages to one another. Today, Love on a Leash happened during lunch in the bowl. And Thursday will be an opportunity for students to get free Hershey's Kisses. And on Friday, Fallbrook High School is also offering candygrams for students and teachers. Other aspects of the high school include the ending of the winter sports season and the continuation of Saturday Academy, which is taking place at 8 a.m. and ending at 12. Moving into March, ASB will host Festival of Cultures, highlighting all the ethnic groups on campus and incorporating clubs and cultures. It will be a week-long celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have report from principals.
We were deciding who gets to go first. Good evening. Thanks for being here tonight on this rainy day. As the students mentioned, they do such a good job every month of sharing all the things that are happening on campus. So I will just add a little bit to what Ashlyn has already shared. We had our Future Warriors here on the 28th, as she said, and it was a great day to invite them and be welcoming, but also display a lot of the programs and things we have on campus. And I was just truly impressed that our students, it was very truly student-led. So I had the opportunity to help in our Performing Arts Center facilitate a panel with our AVID students. They planned, developed all the questions and ran that portion of the event all on their own. Took Q&A. It was a great opportunity for them to practice kind of their crowd work skills and trying to elicit some of those questions from our 8th grade Future Warriors as well. So it's great to see them in action. Huge shout out to our CTE department. Our ROTC folks did a great job at coordinating the day alongside ASB and AVID as well. So just beautiful to see how well our students took that and ran with it and did a wonderful job. So seemed like our students had a good time. Our future students, I should say, had a good time, and we look forward to seeing them here next year. Also a shout out to Judy in our cafeteria. One of the things I had kind of floated to her was this idea that our students may not know, one, where to get food once they get here, and two, what kinds of food we offer. And our cafeteria does an incredible job at offering such a great variety to our students each day. Doesn't look like what I remember or what I think most people remember from cafeteria life. So she was actually able to do little samples for some of the students that were down here on main campus to go through and try out. I believe it was Chipotle bowls that she was doing. Kind of explained how they worked their way through the cafeteria and the lines there so that when they get here next year, it's less of something to tackle. And we got some really great feedback. They did little feedback forms for her. My favorite quote was that the food was fire with a lot of ease. So obviously went well for them, and we just really appreciate her being willing to take some extra time out of her day to do that as well. We did follow it up with Winterfest, which again was just an incredibly student-led event, but also incorporated a lot of our staff. So we had certificated and classified staff, we had coaches, we had club leaders, we had program directors, we had department chairs, and then representatives from a lot of our different subject areas there just to share about our school and what we offer to students and answer questions. Our counselors did a great job in the pack presenting about they basically redid the presentation for parents that they had provided to students. So they had finished visiting all of our feeder schools to do their presentation for course selection, and then were able to repeat and share that information for parents. So great opportunity to answer a lot of those questions. We're in the midst of LPAC testing right now, so I'll give a huge shout out to our English learners who are coming in each day and taking that test really seriously, but also to our staff, our EL facilitator, our bilingual paraprofessionals. They really are making that happen throughout the course of the day and doing a wonderful job. So we will continue that when we return from the February break at the end of the month, but they are making great strides towards finishing testing all of our students. We also are, as we're the winter break in the middle of this trimester slowed me down a little bit, but we are going to, before the end of this trimester, send out recognitions for all of our honor roll students. In the fall, we recognize students from the spring, so we only had a chance to recognize our 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. Now that our 9th graders have one trimester under their belt, we've been able to recognize all of them who have made honor roll. We have 3 honor roll designations, so honor roll is 3.0 to 3.49, high honor roll is a 3.5 to a 3.99, and then that distinguished honor roll is any student that hit a 4.0 or higher. We do calculate it each trimester because we recognize that everyone is going to look at your GPA as a whole, but sometimes, especially if we've had one trimester that didn't look the way we wanted it to, we really want to celebrate the successes of a student's trimester. We are celebrating over 1,000 students who had a 3.0 or higher in first trimester, which is incredible. So that is just shy of 60% of the students on our campus were able to achieve a 3.0 or more during their first trimester, and that includes our new group of 9th graders. So really excited for that and proud of them. And again, just a big shout out, I think, in the last month since I've been here at what we've gotten to celebrate our students doing and taking on a lot of leadership. Last thing I will say, we had our JROTC inspection this past week. They were here Monday and Tuesday. I was able to meet with the regional director. That's part of that process, is he kind of comes and gives a little report. Similar to the audit, not a lot to report is great because it just means that everything is going really well. He said in that kind of concluding meeting that our student leadership team that leads and plans the whole inspection, essentially, obviously under the guidance of our instructors, but they really are the forefront of that, is the best student leadership team he has experienced in his entire career as a regional director. So that's great accolades both for our students but then also for our instructors as well. So thank you. Any questions for me tonight?
Just a lot of so I've hit 10 years as a teacher. 8 of them here in Fallbrook, and my second graders from back in the day are now either freshmen or incoming freshmen. So I still check in with them and talk to them, and when I talk to them at the grocery store or when they came to pick up their siblings at school, they had nothing but great things to say about Winterfest. They were so excited about it, and also when they came during the school day to visit the high school, they were so excited with all the clubs that were presented, all the CTE departments. So big kudos to our student board reps and to our adults who just synergize so well to just showcase the great things that Fallbrook has to offer. It was nothing but great things, and parents were super excited. They really enjoyed the presentation from the counselors. They really enjoyed learning about the rigorous programs that Fallbrook High has to offer that they didn't imagine Fallbrook offered. So it was just a really great time for them to just learn about Fallbrook and be excited for it. So big kudos.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I'll start by sharing a little bit about OASIS. OASIS, to kind of piggyback on what Ms. Jones was sharing about student academic achievement, OASIS is well into its second semester for this year, and we were able to identify our students' top academic achievements in terms of honor roll and principal's prestigious honor roll. So I'm pleased to report that 87% of our OASIS students earned either a certificate of academic achievement or above, with 12 of those students earning a perfect GPA. So again, just a testament to the hard work of our independent study teachers, as well as the high levels of rigor and academic success that our students are experiencing at OASIS. Additionally, we were able to take our entire independent study team to CCIS, which is the California Consortium for Independent Study, last week. Even though our staff is veteran when it comes to teaching, we have a relatively young team in terms of independent study due to several retirements in the last couple years, and so we have some new teachers who are coming in, and this was a great opportunity not just for us to team build as a staff, but also to learn about new strategies. In independent study, it was very heavily focused on AI, which if you've watched the Super Bowl is probably not a surprise to you. So we're really looking at strategies about how to support our students in navigating artificial intelligence and the obstacles it can also create with providing independent study instruction. And then we additionally spent a lot of time looking at compliance, which is a huge deal for independent study. We actually have our internal audit when we return from this President's Week break. But all around, it was a good experience for our OASIS teachers, and we're grateful to have had the opportunity to come together and engage in some professional development that is part of a very specific niche in independent study. On the Ivy front, I know Nenny shared quite a bit, especially about some of her experiences in our early college program. It's really cool that we have 4 students now who are participating in a school day early college program, Nenny being one of them, as I know she shared her experiences. 2 of those students also recently were accepted to a 4-year university and plan to attend in the fall. So again, a great testament to the power of projection for our students that we're experiencing at Ivy. Big focus for us in the last few weeks has been our WASC visit. We had our 6-year annual WASC review last week. We had a visiting committee from Banning and Mount San Jacinto, and so our 2 visiting community members were actually from continuation school, so they spoke the language of continuation school. They understand what we do. We were able to spend 3 days with them in meeting and showing off different aspects of our school, whether they were meeting with our executive leadership, with student leadership teams, with parent groups, our intervention specialist team, our CEI committee. They got to get a really good feel for what we do at Ivy High School, and they had overwhelming positive reviews. So the formal report is being submitted this week, and we should hear back from the state in the next few weeks as to what our next evaluation cycle will be, though we're really optimistic based on the feedback from our visiting committee that we were hoping to get the maximum amount, which would be another 6-year evaluation, but that's contingent on approval from the state. So it was a great opportunity to celebrate everything that we're doing, and also really to have our community stakeholders like Attila, who also participated in that as one of our community partners, share a little bit more about the perspective of what we do and how it's impacting our students and community. Any questions you have for me?
Saw the picture of basketball at Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
That looked like so much fun. Whenever they have another game, I would love to attend because it looked really great. Seeing the kids play, especially Ivy. They usually miss out on a lot of opportunities. So creating that for them is something that was phenomenal.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mosqueda has done a great job with our intramural program. So we do basketball, flag football will be our next sport, and then we do soccer in the fall. They're actually at a playoff basketball game this evening, and they have another round tomorrow. So they had 1 win, 1 loss, but they've been winning handily throughout the season, and it's really good to provide that opportunity and that affiliation for our students, because you're right, that is the one piece that our kids miss out, is the connection of sports. So having that opportunity on our campus has been great. Any other questions you have? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have report from board members.
I'll start if nobody else wants to. First off, I enjoyed attending this month's Rotary Employee of the Month event. Mr. Jones and Ms. Garza Gonzalez were with us as well. It's always great to recognize our staff members and recognize them publicly. I think they get a lot of thank yous privately, but I think the public award is just that much more beneficial. What kind of got me thinking tonight was, and this is a good example of it, the staff, now this includes some of our student essays, but what I really want to call out for is really sort of our heroes behind the scenes. So that would be our dynamic duo of our principals, Lawrence and Dr. Luna and Dr. Beam, and our CBO and our superintendent. The reality is our school would not be accomplishing and doing, and Jackie, who helps pull it all together, our schools would not be doing what they're doing without all of this great support. You guys go
And
above
Emily,
and beyond. Pardon me? What did you say? Oh, Emily. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Tune. Did I not say Tune? I'm sorry. I meant to say, I actually wrote it down here. Just seeing your reports, I took a lot of time today to go through all of the presentations and all of the data that you go through, all of the extra fundraising that you go for, the grants you go for, the firsthand outreach that you do to our students, parents, and things like that, the community events, the student events that you participate with. it really is above and beyond. I was a paraprofessional at 4 different schools. It was not like this at any of those schools. And I was in a very high-ranking school district that people talk about buying into. And I just really want to recognize this super team. It really would not be possible what we're doing here. And I think you, Lauren, you just, when you talked about visualization, was that the word you used in terms of looking for possibilities of the future? I think really you guys make that happen for us, and it's I think our honor, my honor as a board member to help facilitate your efforts as much as possible. So thank you.
Yeah, I have some similar things. A lot of these things have already been talked about, but I just really felt overwhelmingly pleased in so many things. First of all, you and some other people talked about Winterfest. I was able to attend that. And I actually wrote these notes down before everybody talked, but really what I wanted to say was I was super, super happy with all the engagement from all the people, including all the teachers. I know there's lots going on right now, negotiations, but they were just, everybody was out there super, super positive. But most important, I saw so much student activity, students leading other students around. And I just want to tell you, so you can tell everybody else, how important that is to us to see student leadership stepping up and doing the stuff. We saw the culinary kids, listening to them talk is really just really, really amazing. So thank you, and the two of you being here and sharing your stuff is fills me with joy. Sorry. Other stuff going on. I am continuing to be involved in CSBA. I think it's really important. I'm on the delegate assembly there, so I get to go up to Sacramento and represent small school districts, including our own. I'm also on a new committee to help select the next leadership of that. It's a very important program. So I continue to kind of plug away at that. I think that's all I got right now. Thank you very much. Who's next?
I haven't seen, I don't think, this Scholastic Art and Writing Awards winners before, and just something I kind of had thought was that it seems like these days we're kind of moving away from this kind of creativity, and so it's just encouraging seeing the students kind of nurturing this talent, and I hope that that continues because we are kind of moving away from this kind of creativity, and I think that's unfortunate, but it's pretty neat to see kind of the variety that the winners and the honorable mentions have done. So I hope they continue to kind of create these things and be inspired by what they see and put it down in the art. That's all.
Yeah, unfortunately, my family has had several deaths this past month, and I haven't been able to attend a lot of the school events, but again, the gap that is closed with social media and the communication that is shared keeps me included in it. So, I want to attend more events. Thank you for understanding the circumstances, but I'm excited for everything that Fallbrook High has to offer and to finish strong because we're in trimester 2, trimester 3 is going to come by quickly. So, just so many great things are happening. So thank you for all that you do. Next, we have report from superintendent, trimester survey results.
Yes, so this is a lengthy report. I really try to keep the presentations to a minimum of slides, but there was a lot of data from the trimester surveys that we did for staff and students and parents. As you know, board members, I gave you the raw data, and that was in the hundreds of pages for some of these surveys. So there was a lot there, and I apologize for the length of the report. Because it is lengthy, I'll give you an opportunity after each slide to ask questions so that you don't forget what you're going to ask, or I get sidetracked later and can't find the information or something like that. So I hope that's okay with you. Let me see if I can maneuver this. There we go. So I'd like to start off with our why statement because I think it's important, I think it's important to center us on why this work matters, why this decision was made. Our goal is to increase access to high-quality coursework, support credit recovery, and strengthen lesson design with an emphasis on depth and essential standards. Our priorities have remained consistent: belonging and culture, course access, social, emotional, and academic support, achievement, and addressing credit deficiency. And these priorities were established by feedback from staff, students, and parents as part of the LCAP process. So as we looked at our priorities and we looked at the systems that we had in place, we realized that we needed to evaluate our bell schedule if we wanted to meet these priorities. So, any questions here? So in 2021-22, we began to have conversations with staff around moving away from a semester schedule. Again, because we realized that one of the systems, our bell schedule, wasn't helping us meet the priorities that we wanted to meet. At that time, 67% of comprehensive high schools in San Diego County were already on an alternative schedule. And what I mean by an alternative schedule is any schedule that was not the traditional semester system 6-period day. In full transparency, only 7% of those 67% of schools were on a trimester schedule. But those schools on a trimester schedule included large schools, schools in Carlsbad Unified, as well as small schools. Julian High School, being considerably smaller than us, was already on a trimester schedule at that time. And since 21-22, the number of comprehensive high schools on an alternative schedule has increased to further show that semester, the traditional semester, does not meet the needs, the graduation requirement needs, as well as some of the priority needs that I've already mentioned.
What are the other alternative schedules?
There's a number of them. There's a 4x4, there's an alternating AB, where similar to what Potter is doing right now with their math, where students go to a class Monday, Tuesday, and then another class Thursday, Friday, or however that is set up. There's 8-period alternating schedules, 7-period block schedules, there's trimester, there's a wide variety of what those could look like. And the work that we did included, and Emily and Lauren, but Emily did a lot of research and brought in a wide number of examples of bell schedules. We took staff to different schools to see how the bell schedules worked, because it's very different to see it on paper than to see it in person. Our non-negotiable was that we were going to move away from the semester schedule because it wasn't meeting our needs. The negotiable was that we would respect whatever decision staff made as to what schedule we moved to. Now, in those meetings, which included all staff, we did have staff members from Ivy, and they talked about how Ivy had been on a trimester schedule for a while, and that is where the interest in the trimester came about. We had not included a trimester in our presentations. It honestly hadn't been considered. It is a very heavy lift for administration when they're creating that master schedule. But again, we said we will respect the decisions of the staff, and the staff landed on trimester. Again, in full transparency, because I did meet with teachers that weren't happy with the decision, and we never said everybody has to be in agreement. We said consensus, if we reached consensus. Some staff members stated, and we did have very low participation, that they didn't participate in the survey because they didn't realize it was the final say. And they also expressed that they prefer Google surveys to thought exchange surveys, which is basically the format. The format is the same. What thought exchange allows us to do as administrators is really look at what are the key themes, what are the strengths, the weaknesses, et cetera. It's a lot easier for us to analyze the data through Thought Exchange than it is through Google.
Are the other alternative schedules like 4x4 and AB as complicated in master schedule as the trimester system?
I'm sure that at the beginning they are, because our student information systems really are still set up more on that semester model.
Also, I had a question as well.
Yes.
What was the participation rate for the survey?
I do not recall. I can get that for you. Emily, do you remember? It was in the 60th percentile. 69%, I think it's on page. No, that's a different survey. So then, once we knew that it was trimester, that came at the end of the school year, of the 21-22 school year. Over the summer, we created, and by we I say the admin team created, a rollout plan. What do we need to provide our staff to transition to trimester in 23-24? This was a 2-year process because we wanted to make sure that we could support everyone in the transition. And by everyone, I mean students, I mean parents, I mean staff. So the rollout plan was put in motion early. We had chosen that before mid-September, we would tell staff what the decision had been. We established subcommittees. So one of the things that administration, Lauren and Emily, Annabelle, Pat Walker, and our assistant principals did is meet with, for example, with every athletic coach that was also a teacher or that had that athletic PE class and ask them, first of all, do you need it to be a year long? And if not, which trimesters serve your sport the best? So there's different models there, different from what semester looked like. They met with our AP and our IB teachers because those courses, obviously a little bit more rigorous. The curriculum is dictated by a program, not so much by our staff. And again, said, does your course need to be a year-long course? Does it need to be, is 2 trimesters enough? Again, the non-negotiable was if the AP or the IB course has to be a year, and that's justified, the students wouldn't get the extra grade point that they get in AP and IB for all 3 trimesters. It would only be for 2. So different teachers teaching the different programs had different ideas or different needs as to how they wanted those classes to run. One of the goals with trimester also was that math, students could actually get 5 years of math instead of the 4 years that they were able to get in a semester system. So all of these conversations were had early on, and they were had before the end of first semester. There were also the parent information nights that are listed here, because when students and parents had to choose classes for trimester, it was going to look very different. So there were numerous opportunities for parents to meet with the counselors, with the administrators on how this would look and how the new course selection would look. By second semester, we provided time for every department to redesign their lessons. They were used to a semester. What does a lesson look like in the trimester? Our matrix morph, the standards that they're going to teach. How is that going to look differently? How will our common assessments work in this trimester system? And we continuously asked, what do you need to be able to work in this new scheduling model? The same, like it says there, with our counselors. Guidance on how to begin implementing those 4-year plans, because we had been talking about 4-year plans for a long time, but they hadn't been truly implemented, and now they were going to look different because we were transitioning to a trimester system. Any questions there? No? Okay. So before I start getting into the results, I really want to stress that we do recognize the hard work of our teachers and our staff. They do a tremendous job day in and day out working with our students. But a lot of people aren't happy with the trimester. It's second order change. It's not doing things the way we've always done it. Not everybody handles change the same way. So recognizing that some staff members have experienced challenges with the trimester schedule, and at the request of the board to conduct a survey regarding the staff experience, a survey requesting feedback on the trimester schedule was offered to staff, students, and parents. From the very beginning, the purpose of this survey was clearly stated to everyone, and I listed word for word the introduction to the survey, which was to refine and improve our implementation of the current trimester and Warrior Pride Time system and deliver support as necessary to educational partners within the system. The purpose of the survey was never, do we go back to semester? Because we've only been in the trimester system for 3 years. Instead, our focus was in identifying areas of need and areas of needed support in order to improve. So it was a lengthy survey. I believe it was like 23 questions. For staff, engagement was anonymous, as you can see here. 69% of the respondents were certificated teachers. 42 were core subject teachers. That would be English, math, science, and social science. 17 were A through G enrichment, so elective courses like world languages that count as part of A through G, and 4 were non-A through G enrichment courses such as PE, for example. 6% were certificated other, so we have counselors, school psychologists, speech and language pathologists. They're certificated staff members, but they're not teachers, and we wanted to make that point that out. 15 were paraprofessionals, aides that work in the classroom alongside our teachers, and 13 were classified other, clerical support, librarians, different areas. So the first staff area of concern was dissatisfaction with the trimester system and advocating for a return to the traditional semester system. The most significant concern expressed is the fast pace of the trimester. And yes, we recognize and we acknowledge that trimester is a faster pace. It's 12 weeks as opposed to the 18 weeks in a semester. However, there's 5 classes that students take instead of 6, and the periods per day are longer than in the semester. Staff reported stress, burnout, and worry about student connection. At the same time, our data shows that trimester has increased student outcomes, and you have seen that today in the recognition of some of our students, the large number of students with a 3.0 GPA or higher. Our A through G attainment has increased. Student proficiency scores in both English and math have increased every year. We have been recognized by the College Board. We have been recognized as one of the best high schools in America, all of that under the trimester system. What has not changed, and we are continuing to look at the data to find out why, is the DNF rate. So the same DNF rate that we had under a semester system, we still have in a trimester system. It's the other grades that have somehow improved. Some staff members, board members, community members have expressed that the GPAs are higher because teachers have to be more lenient in grading. And I really think that that is an insult to our teachers and the hard work that they do, because the rigor is definitely there at all 3 schools. When it comes to instructional minutes, that's something we have to submit to the state. It's required by the state that we have a minimum. The instructional minutes in a trimester and a semester are pretty much the same. The semester, when you add all of those minutes up, I think is 3 days longer over the year than the trimester system is. 3 instructional days, so not 24 hours, but less. Let's see, a teacher contract is 7.5 hours with a 30-minute duty-free lunch. You put in the passing periods, nutrition, it's less than that. And again, it's believed, or the perception is, that the traditional semester system provides more time for content absorption, effective teaching, and relationship building. Students in their survey and in the Healthy Kids survey have actually said that they have great relationships with their teachers, that they have a better connection with them. So it's a counter narrative. And we completely 100% agree that effective teaching is key regardless of the schedule. So whether it's an AB schedule, a block schedule, trimester schedule, a semester schedule, a quarter system, if effective instructional strategies are not being used, then the schedule is not going to be effective. And we have continuously worked on that in the learning walks that our staff is engaged in this year. They are identifying teaching strategies that support our students, and it's also part of the data reflection system that they participate in to agree or come up with agreements where they all agree on an instructional strategy that they will implement that will move that needle. The second area of concern is what we've already talked about, scheduling and class offerings that result in large class sizes, lack of elective choices, and students being placed in unwanted classes. Some of the comments were that large class sizes exceed the contractual limit, are occurring under the trimester system, and that they were not present before, and that limited elective choices hinder student engagement and personalized learning. However, our data shows that only 9% of the sections in trimester 1 and trimester 2 this year exceeded class size, and the class size is dictated by the collective bargaining agreement. It's on average 35 students in a classroom. For many of our lab classes or our CTE classes, it's dictated by the number of stations. So if it's a science class, it depends on how many science lab stations are in the classroom. That dictates the class size. For our students with IEPs, that size is a little bit different. For English language learners, our ELD classes, our world language classes are smaller. PE classes are higher. And CTE, again, it's dictated by the number of stations in the room. And of the 9% that exceeded class size, only 2 exceeded the class size by more than 5 students this year. Also, and the board is aware of this because you do all of the approvals at board meetings, since we've transitioned to trimester, we've actually added 15 elective courses. So there are more electives available to students than before.
If the high school has received more academic recognitions or more recognitions for academic performance, why do you think, to the best of your knowledge, the DNF list hasn't improved?
Grading practices. It could be grading practices. If there are classes that are maybe grading very heavily on quizzes with no opportunities for retakes, that's going to be an issue. I'm someone who could probably do really well on an essay test, but if you give me multiple choice, I'm probably not going to pass. Those are some of the things. And then, we still have students that aren't engaged in school, and that is another piece of the work that we're doing, is how do we engage them so that they're motivated to come to school and improve those grades. There's a lot of factors.
I was thinking about that exact same question. I think we're going to have a report later that we hear about the D's and F's. My question then, so you can start thinking about this, is do those students have a higher propensity of absentees? Is that correlated to that?
I also want to point out and make it known that the Teachers Association has taken the concerns from this particular slide, not from the slide, but they've expressed concerns about this seriously. They hear their members, and they've worked with the district during this cycle of negotiation in adding language to the collective bargaining agreement that will reduce the impact of class sizes and the number of preps that teachers have to teach. Another area of concern is that teacher and student relationships are disrupted, and these are vital for effective learning. Again, our student data shows that students do not feel that there's a decline in connection. they are expressing that they have a very good connection with at least one adult on campus, and they usually name a teacher in that. A trimester is 12 weeks, and if a relationship hasn't been built in 12 weeks, again, there's underlying issues that need to be addressed. However, I also believe that what the teachers are trying to express is that in the semester system, they might have the same students for a year, where in the trimester system, they might have them for a trimester, and then for the second part of the course, they won't have the same group of students. What students have expressed about that is that it motivates them to know that there's a possibility if I'm in a class that, if they're in a class that they don't like for whatever reason, be it the teacher, be it the subject matter, 12 weeks, they can do it, and then they know that in the next 12 weeks, they're going to be somewhere else, and that was expressed in their survey as well. Again, the fast pace of the trimester system affects curriculum coverage and student comprehension. Despite the faster pace, like I've stated, the mastery of standards has increased, as well as A through G attainment. However, the grades, the DNF, have remained unchanged. We acknowledge that some projects have had to be reduced or removed under the trimester system, and we'll continue supporting lesson design to bring those back where possible. But I think everyone will agree that it isn't necessary for a class to spend 4 days watching Schindler's List or 3 days watching all of Remember the Titans. To get the point across, you only need to show a clip, and actually showing the whole movie is a copyright violation. So again, working with our staff to understand, here's the standard, here's what you can use from these favorite movies that do have educational value, but maybe we no longer have time to show the entire movie. Maybe that could be a homework assignment. Now, there were strengths that were addressed by staff, despite the challenges that I highlighted previously. And there's positive aspects that have been identified. I want to recognize the adaptability and the grit of the majority of our staff. This is not an easy lift. The past 6 years have included a lot of change. And I say 6 years because if we go 6 years back, we had COVID, and then we had a schedule that could change from one day to another. The following year, we started working on what are we going to transition to. So there has been a lot of change in the past, in the near past, and we recognize that. Adaptability and resilience. Participants express a willingness to adapt and adjust to changes, demonstrating resilience. Focus on skills development. A lot of teachers in the survey mentioned that now by focusing on skills that are applicable in real-world scenarios, they're preparing students for success in their future careers, and that the approach ensures that students are equipped with the necessary tools to thrive in various environments. Collaboration and teamwork. This was recognized early on by our staff before we even started the transition that, under the trimester, we have to work more closely together and be aligned in what we're teaching, because there's no guarantee that I'm going to have the same students. So we all kind of have to be on the same page, which is very important because a student should get the same instruction in a class regardless of who's teaching that class. Opportunities for student choice. There is recognition that the trimester system provides more opportunities for students to explore different classes and electives, and the supportive environment. There's recognition of the importance of creating a supportive environment for both students and teachers by the administration for students that is accomplished through Warrior Pride Time. The student experience, when you look at surveys, you really have to look at the response rate. And we had less than 10% of our student body participate in the survey. It was open for over a month. Students were encouraged to take it, but less than 10% again participated. And I want to be fully transparent on that as I read or as I go over the results. And you can see that 34% of the students that participated were in grade 9, which means those students were never under the semester system. It's only our seniors that had the semester experience. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors never were taught at Fallbrook High School under the semester experience. There was broad representation, though, even though the number was small. So the student favorability scores, and I know there's a lot on this slide. Again, because of the low response rate, I didn't want to focus too much on it, but students demonstrate a strong understanding of the trimester system. Most of them report that the schedule helps them focus because they have fewer classes to focus on. About half find credit recovery easier under this model, and 76% report feeling connected to their homeroom teacher, so it's their Warrior Pride Time teacher. If you recall, in Warrior Pride Time, the same teacher has that group of students for over 4 years, and the class size for that, we try to keep it at 20, but I think on average, is it like 22, Ms. Jones? And they indicate strong support structures. 24 agree that the trimester helps them manage stress, while 40% say they don't notice a difference. And 64% of the students do report describing the pace of classes under trimester as fast. And I remember being with my student advisory committee the very first year, and that was the biggest concern. It goes too fast. I don't hear that very much anymore.
Just want to add that as a teacher in the feeder school and the bilingual program, we are also on the trimester system. So I can see how students are familiar with the trimester schedule, trimester 1, 2, and 3, and grades being reported within those 3 trimesters. So just Potter and the elementary are that, which is our predominant feeder school. So I can see how this data backs that up.
And student perceptions of trimester, this was kind of interesting because they contradict themselves. So the positive perception was the class variety, the opportunity for more electives, and switching classes often to many students is refreshing. Schedule flexibility, it allows more time for time management, more chances to improve their GPA. They feel that less classes reduce stress. Social opportunities, I really like this because we hear so much about students being online and not having interactions, but our students commented that they meet more people and have an opportunity to interact with different classmates because of the trimester system. And they really like the sports season alignment. So one thing that trimester does is it does align almost perfectly with fall sports, winter sports, and then our spring sports, and the opportunity to recover credits. However, when you look at the negative perceptions, we do have students that say that there's stress in keeping up with the workload and increased stress if they are AP or honor students, the fast pace, and then the perception that we have shorter sports seasons. The seasons have not changed because that's dictated by CIF. So we have the same length when it comes to that. And then just as a group of students said they had more opportunities to recover credits, there was a group of students that said that there's an inability to recover credits. So we know that we have some work to do when it comes to communication. We also surveyed parents. Again, we only had 79 respondents, so less than 10% of our parents responded to the survey. Of those that responded, 66% have students that participate in CIF sports, and 45 had students that participate in AP or IB. They expressed that they participate in athletic events, but 41% said they are not involved or they do not attend any of the parent workshops or the parent communication opportunities that the school offers in person. Parents shared concerns primarily around communication, and the survey did specifically talk about communication. They would like more clarity about trimester scheduling, elective offerings, and pacing, and that they also noted that while electives have increased, access to these electives varies among students. We do have some electives that are extremely popular, culinary being one of them. We only have one culinary teacher. We only have one culinary classroom. So we do have to turn students away, and it goes by seniority. So we allow juniors probably have the best opportunity because they can finish the pathway in 2 years. And then from there, seniors, if they've already had a culinary class, sophomores and freshmen. So yes, students don't always get the program that they want or the pathway that they want. School communication effectiveness, again, parents just want more information. The elective opportunities that I talked about, and the challenges with pacing and course transitions. And by course transitions, they mean moving from one trimester to the other. Parents would also like to see more support for struggling students, and they have suggested enhancing Warrior Pride Time to ensure that all students are benefiting from the opportunity for extra support. So in some classes, Warrior Pride Time is more of a study hall. In others, there's an actual lesson targeted to the group of students that are there. In others, it's making up exams. So parents recognize that, and they'd just like more opportunities for extra support. They also would like proper guidance for students and for themselves when it comes to the four-year planning so that they can navigate the educational journey, and communicating plans and scheduling with families early so informed decisions can be made. Trustee Caralampio mentioned that our counselors were at Winterfest. They were meeting with many students. They were going over the four-year plan, and we do see a lot of interest freshman year, but then that interest dwindles from parents sophomore year, junior year, and senior year, but the opportunities are there for that.
When students have a four-year plan, when counselors create a four-year plan, students have it. Can parents see it on Aries? And I understand that electives, go up and down, right? But in terms of core classes, are those available? Is the four-year plan accessible to parents through Aries?
I'm gonna have to ask, they're all saying yes. Parents and students can view the four-year plan, and the four-year plan is not set in stone. So as a freshman, if I said, junior year I wanna do this, and then by the end of freshman year or sophomore year I've changed my mind, I can meet with the counselor and change that, and I see our student nodding her head that yes, that's something that can be done.
Okay, it was just about the communicating plans and scheduling with families early. So it is accessible. I think parents don't have that information, and us as trustees also, if we run into parents, it's something that we would like to share with them, because if it's already accessible to them, this could help reduce a lot of anxiety for freshman students, freshman families.
Parents also identified needs. A significant portion of students, 66% students of the parents that participated, said that they participate in school-sponsored athletics, indicating strong engagement. 81% of the participants stated that they are very familiar with how the trimester system works. 48% feel that the trimester system provides enough opportunities for students to take a variety of courses, including electives, AP, IB, CTE, and the arts. 71% believe that Warrior Pride Time benefits students academically, socially, and emotionally, and 52% of our parent participants reported that their student has not experienced challenges related to the trimester pacing or course transitions. So our next steps, and we were waiting to share with the board before we shared with staff, so I know that those are the next steps for our administration. I'm going to be sharing the results of the student survey tomorrow, actually, with the Student Advisory Committee. But we want to continue to provide professional development opportunities around pacing, lesson design, instructional strategies, and data analysis, because we do have the data on how our students are performing. We need to provide more assistance for our staff in how to look at that data and come up with interventions or supports for students. Provide training and support around scheduling, including exploring increased off-roll opportunities, which I know is something that's already being done because Principal Jones and Ms. Toon have talked to me about it. What if we provide off-roll opportunities for more of our student athletes, because they are the ones that are at games in the afternoon? What if we provide off-roll opportunities for students that are doing very well? Because right now we only provide those opportunities for juniors and seniors that are on track A through G, but we're thinking of bringing it down to sophomores. Dr. Luna is continuously looking at ways that we can have student workers. We've been talking, Ms. Mefford and I and Drew, our technology director, what if we train students to fix our Chromebooks? And then they have an off-roll in the middle of the day, because we realize that for some students, they can't have an off-roll because they rely on school transportation. But if we put it in the middle of the day, they can then work as a student worker during that hour fixing some of the Chromebooks. And now they're getting work experience. I was just talking with the elementary yesterday about the possibility of having our advanced math students tutor their students at Potter Junior High, again, as student workers. So we're looking at different ways to provide other opportunities for students that will alleviate some of the scheduling issues. Provide training and support around effective use of Warrior Pride Time, and continue to work collaboratively with our staff to adapt to and improve the trimester system, because we do know and we recognize that there is room for improvement. And we learn something new every year, too, as we go through scheduling and listen to some of the nuances of this is what happens when you do this, and we're trying to address those as we move along.
I have a big question. So again, having taught here for multiple years now, I'm getting to know more families that are coming through our system. And one of the main concerns is the beginning of the trimester 1, so before school year starts. They're noticing a lot of gaps in trimester 1. I understand trimester 2 and 3 can be, in a way, postponed because we're not there yet. But after the master schedule is built and before counselors manually input courses, what is the percentage of students who have a full schedule in trimester 1 compared to the semester system?
So it's difficult to compare it to the semester system because it's not necessarily the semester or the trimester that causes those gaps. The very first year of trimester, we had a lot of students with incomplete schedules, and the board knows this because you heard from your constituents. This year, or the second year, we had less. This year, I think by 10 a.m., all students were in a class. That is not uncommon for any high school. So I was a high school principal for 7 years, and students had gaps in their schedules, not just first period, but second period, third period, fourth period, that first day, the second day, the third day. We are making some changes where if students did not submit a complete course request form, then maybe, that's when we're going to plug them into courses that they may not necessarily like. Our scheduling is only as good as the input that we receive from our students. So we are trying to communicate better. I know that the registration form or the enrollment form where they pick their classes has evolved so that it's a little bit more explicit, but we are hoping to get better with that. One of the things that we are changing, for example, is world languages, having them go out to Potter and test the students this year as 8th graders so that we have the results. Because when you're testing students for placement the first day of school, it's going to be almost impossible to change their entire schedule if they test out of Spanish 1. So we want to get to that testing earlier. Math placement, looking at that a little bit closer. One of the issues that we have when it does come to math and it comes to world language, but especially in math, is that we aren't a unified school district. So in a unified, I would have the proficiency scores and the grades for every student in the entire system starting in kindergarten. Here, I have to wait until we get it from the elementary, and they have to wait until they get the results from the CASP. So sometimes we're not getting those scores until August when school has already started. But again, the collaboration with our elementary partners has gotten so much better. They also have Aries now. We're hoping that the transition this year, this is their first full year with Aries, will be easier because we have the same student information system. So the data drop might be a little bit more efficient. So we're working on it. I couldn't give percentages of semester, but I could give you this year how many students had holes in their schedule first trimester. Is that a possibility, or is that gone since we've already filled the goals? Yeah.
Could it? Yeah, please. That way we could see, again, the improvement, hopefully, on closing those gaps for trimester 1 so that the waiting time period isn't high. And then also if, let's say there isn't an improvement for XYZ reasons, right? Sometimes maybe it's just algorithms. What can we do as a district to prepare for that? Should we send our personnel to training so that they could understand the algorithm a little bit better? Because again, the complaint is like trimester 1, the first day of school, a lot of kids have gaps and they're just waiting. So the parents are a little bit hesitant. I'm like, did I make the right choice? Because my child hasn't had a first period in 2-3 days. Now that's, again, conversations that we've had with parents for XYZ reasons, right? Maybe they exaggerate a little bit, but the idea is how many kids have a class or classes, a full schedule for trimester 1, 2, or 3, ideally by the first week of school, or before it actually goes live. I believe that's the right word. Before the master schedule goes live, how many kids are locked in, have a schedule already? If we could get that data, please, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll try to get it. And again, I invite you to go to any school, any high school that isn't Fallbrook High School on the first day, and you're going to see the same thing happening.
Definitely, I have friends all over, so, yeah.
Any other questions?
No, just thank you all to you and your team. That took a long time to go through a lot of data to put this together. Thank you very much.
No question, but thank you for everybody that participated in the surveys, gathering the information, digesting and compiling this. There's a lot of things that I like about trimester. The biggest one to me is I've always been very excited about Warrior Pride Time and the opportunities that opens up. Certainly it works at places because we hear about that. You gave some examples at Sage High School, up at Julian, as well as I believe at colleges, junior colleges and beyond. But it was also a big change. I see both sides and probably even see the frustration, and change is sometimes not comfortable or hard. I think from here on out, we just continue to optimize and it gets better and better, such as using Warrior Pride Time differently and better, master schedules. I think you're right. The first year was challenging, and it's been getting better and better. And I will also acknowledge that when my children went here on the old system, the first day of school was rough then too. So thank you for the information, and we appreciate it.
And 3 years is still early. That's not to say that we won't give another survey. We most definitely can and improve on that, and definitely once the results are presented to staff, getting their feedback on what are the supports that they need.
Forgot I was leading the meeting. Okay, thank you. Public hearing session, notice of availability of developer fee report. Notice is hereby given that the Fallbrook Union High School District is making available for public viewing its proposed annual developer fee report and 5-year findings fee report pursuant to Government Code Section 66006B2 for fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. The fee report is available for public review at the district office and online in accordance to Government Code Section 66006E2 at the following webpage, www.fuhc.net, District Finance Reports. I would like to open the call to public hearing for the notice availability of developer fee report to order at 7:37 p.m. for the Fallbrook Union High School District. Do we have any questions, comments from Ms.? Oh, do you have a presentation? No? Comments, questions?
No, there are no public verbal comments for this item.
Let the record show that no one addressed the board regarding this topic. I am adjourning the public hearing at 7:30. $7:37 p.m. It's been a long night. Next, education services, information item, agenda items, information, education services, information, a new course freshman seminar.
Thank you. All right, good evening. It's kind of perfect timing after that trimester presentation, but we do have another elective course that we are bringing to you for information. It's our freshman seminar course that we are proposing to the board. And this course originated out of a need specifically for a variety of needs, but originally originated because we, in our scheduling, realized that we have all these beautiful electives that we've brought in, and many of them have prerequisites or co-requisites. So for example, our marine biology, they need to be taking biology at the same time, or our forensics, they had to complete biology before they could take forensics. And so what that did is it created lots of opportunities for our 10th through our 12th graders for these elective opportunities, but not always as many for our freshmen. And so in recognizing that need and seeing where that was tight and a squeeze for our counselors looking for our freshmen to find those electives, we did a kind of a deep dive into what would we want to give our freshmen that would be highly effective. And so I'm going to come back to this slide in a minute, but we did a lot of work in terms of looking at our data, and we've looked at data over multiple years, and this is maybe that reference to the DNF data that was brought up before. That chart on the left, which I now see is very, very small, what you'll see is on the far left is our 9th graders, and then the second one to the right is our 10th graders, and then our 11th and our 12th. What it's not showing you at the very top of each of those graphs is actually the percentage rate of D's and F's. So it is the breakdown of a D minus, or an F, but you'll see that our freshmen and our sophomores have 19% of their grades are D's or F's. And then when you get to our juniors, that decreases, I can't read that, but I know that our seniors is 9%. So then within that, you can kind of see the distribution of the Fs, and you see that that green is our F rate, and that decreases as they get to those higher grade levels. That's not new. That's just our first trimester grades. We've seen that consistently for many, many years, and we are very well aware that when we look at our D and our F rate, it is usually our freshmen and our sophomores that tend to struggle with the grades. And part of that, especially for our freshmen, we've recognized is that challenge in transition from middle school to high school. There's a lot of things that are different for our students. The structure, even before we went to a trimester system, was different. We saw that D and F rate trend even prior to trimester. So we decided to take a really good look at, this is an opportunity for us to provide something to our freshmen that will hopefully address and mitigate some of the challenges we see for them as they come up into high school. In addition to that data, we sent surveys out to our parents, and we asked parents, what are some of the challenges or what are the experiences that your freshman student had coming up and into a high school? And so I won't read all of that to you, but there was a lot of positive in regards to the students coming up to the high school, a lot of things that the parents appreciated, but there were things that arose like time management, being able to manage their coursework along with athletics, especially if students are participating in athletics. That's usually kind of a steep learning curve of trying to figure out, how do I manage my time with grades that now matter and count towards college, but I also now have less time in the afternoons because I'm participating in practice. So those things, along with just academic skills, are things that arose in that survey that we received with parents. We looked at all of that information from parents in addition to a tremendous amount of data, not just our D and F data. We pulled tardies, we pulled discipline incidents, we pulled a variety of different things so that we could really try to develop a curriculum that targeted the needs of our freshmen. And I know you had mentioned attendance. Same thing, at Ivy, we've done a tremendous deep dive on attendance and Ds and Fs. We know, and if you actually, there's a lot of research out there about attendance in general. If students aren't attending, they tend to get lower scores. They tend to have less of a chance of a graduation. And so usually 80%, I know Ivy High School has set 86% as their target. If they can get them coming to school 86% of the time, they can get them to graduation. For students that are not attending consistently, that usually does translate to Ds and Fs. We looked at tardies in addition to that to see how that's impacting grades. And we pulled a whole committee together to really look at all of these different aspects and then try to whittle down the most important things that we felt our freshmen could benefit from in a course as they came up into high school. So what the team came up with was basically a four-unit course of study, looking at a variety of things, including their academic identity, their potential career identity in the future, time management skills, social, emotional, and engagement skills around classroom, and really kind of did a deep dive and developed that to create something that we really feel like our freshmen would benefit from and that our parents would appreciate as well. It is a single trimester course, and so logistically the dream, and we're going to figure this out scheduling wise because we may not be able to do this perfectly, but we'd ideally like to offer it in trimesters 1 and 2 so that we can make sure we're getting ahead of any challenges they might be facing in their freshman year. Oops. One of the other pieces that I just included on the right in that chart that I didn't explain earlier, those are actually just our total number of teacher-recorded discipline incidents. And so you can see from our freshmen to our seniors, that higher rate of incident for our freshmen in comparison to our seniors. These are usually low-level things. Sometimes it's cell phone or it's disruptive behavior. But we tend to have that a little bit at a higher rate in our 9th and 10th grade. And so it's also looking at, are there ways that we can help our students understand our system and that we can be preventative in addressing some of these issues that arise as well? This course would have no fiscal impact and no necessarily additional staffing required. We have a set number of students. So it's really a distribution of where do our students end up. So normally these students might have been in different electives and there would have been the staffing there. This just simply means that they would be moving into a different course and then the staffing would be applied over there. So it's not adding to our number of sections, it's another course offering, but it's not actually extending or splitting. We're still offering full classes, which means we still are offering the same number of sections. The way that the course is currently designed, there's not any fiscal impact in terms of instructional materials. There's a lot that's available digitally and a lot of resources through CCGI that we're also trying to mobilize in this course. Things like our student handbook, things that already exist within our system that we're trying to make sure our students are aware of throughout this course. However, if as we move further into the course, we see that there are certain needs, for example, I could see a freshman teacher wanting to purchase notebooks for students, teaching them how to take academic notes. There are some pots of funding available, including our supplemental concentration, instructional lottery, and we have a student support and professional development discretionary block grant that we have this year and will continue next year as well. So I know that that is brief, but any questions?
I think it addresses a lot of the issues and concerns that especially ninth grade parents had in the surveys. So I really like the way that this is going, and I think that might be very helpful for the new students early on to kind of get kind of the feel of what their expectations are as a ninth grader going to a new school, and then hopefully being able to transfer that onto their other classes as well. I like that. What you said staffing would not be required. What level of teacher would be doing this? What do they normally teach?
We have, because this is an elective, credentialing wise, any of our teachers would be able to teach the course, but we would look really strategically. We have already a committee of teachers who are looking continuously at our ninth graders. So Lauren Jones is working with the county through something that's called SD9 Up. And there's a team of committed teachers who love our ninth graders and really want to see improved experiences for them. So in an ideal world, we'd love to look there, but it will be determined largely by staffing and where we might need credentialed teachers in certain other areas. As the parent of a ninth grader, I'm bummed that she will not be taking this class.
So I think you answered the first question, or you kind of covered as far as who would be teaching it. Not a new teacher, we wouldn't need to add teachers. But I guess more, well, I'm worried about kind of borrowing from one to the other. And I guess that's not a question, that's just me rambling on. I see this is A through G. It says G.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What does that mean?
G means that it is still an A to G college approved course that isn't an elective. So we have quite a few. We try to make sure that actually all of our electives are G electives. Our students get it in their natural graduation pathway and coursework actually through the social sciences, but it just gives them additional opportunities for G electives. It ensures that the students are reading and writing at a rigorous and academic level within the course.
As an elective, this is not a graduation requirement.
Correct.
We don't know. How many kids, what percentage of freshmen are going to be taking this elective versus doing it a little bit differently?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. We are looking at actually putting in the majority of the freshmen coming in, as this is an expectation of a course that you take. There are certain scenarios, for example, if a student is an AVID that we're looking at, or if they are an ELD, or if they're already receiving a class where they might be getting some of this type of curriculum, we're kind of looking strategically at that. But there are some really important things that we're all liking in this class. We really want to make sure that our freshmen coming in, it's an expectation that they take it. If they have conflicts in their schedule, it's not ironclad, but we are looking to kind of keep it as a base expectation.
And this would be offered just the first trimester, or what?
Ideally, and we're looking at our numbers in terms of students coming in and how many sections that would actually be and where can we fit that considering our teachers. But ideally, we would love, in my ideal world where no logistics were an issue, it would be first trimester, because then we're giving them the skills and they're prepared for the rest of the year. that's probably logistically not realistic. So it would be trimester 1 and 2, because in trimester 3, we're trying to avoid it being you've already failed 2 trimesters worth of courses and now you're getting this support. We really want to get that support to them earlier rather than later.
Okay. Last question, back to electives. I think I heard 15 electives we're at. Are all of those available to freshmen? How many are available to freshmen?
That's a very good question. I'd have to go back and look to quote you an accurate number, but I would say probably about half of them are not immediately available to freshmen or would have to be strategically available to freshmen by 3rd trimester, assuming that they have taken a prerequisite 1st and 2nd trimester.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Next, we have information item, LCAP mid-year report. This is an informational item to provide an update related to the LCAP mid-year report.
All right. On to the next one. I have a tremendous amount of information. I'm going through kind of a summary of most of it, and then if there are deeper questions, I have slides available. But I have really tried to condense a lot of information for you as much as possible. I like to think of our local control and accountability mid-year report as almost like our progress report. So our students get their progress report at 6 weeks and then their final grade end of the year. This is kind of like our mid-year, mid-trimester progress report. So I know that a lot of this information is familiar to you, but for anyone that this may not be familiar to, our LCAP is our tool that really guides what we do, what our goals are as a school, how we measure achieving those goals, and what actions and resources we put into place to make sure we're achieving those goals. We have 4 goals in our LCAP. The first is to improve student and family engagement. The second is to prepare our students for college and career. The third is to ensure that our students are all demonstrating competency on the California state standards. And the fourth is specific to Ivy High School to improve their access and opportunities in regards to things like CTE, dual enrollment, and A to G courses. On the right, you'll see a breakdown of our demographics as of the 2025 dashboard. Approximately 73% of our students were socioeconomically disadvantaged, 16% were students with disabilities, and 21% were English language learners. So the way that our funding works and the way that our LCAP works, we actually incorporate as many of our funds into the plan as possible, but we are very specifically reviewed in regards to our supplemental and our concentration grant. Our LCFF is that base grant in addition to the supplemental and concentration grants. Those supplemental and concentration grants are garnered by students who are English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, homeless, or foster youth. And that gives us an additional 20% and then 65% of our funding. So at the beginning of the 25-26 year, back in June when we adopted our budget, you'll see in that center column we had approximately 31 million of our total LCFF funds. Of that 31 million, 6.4 million were supplemental and concentration funds. As of first interim, that has decreased. So our total LCFF funds are that 30 million 8 that you see there on the right, which is a decrease of approximately $260,000. And then of that $260,000 decrease, 128,000 of that approximately is our supplemental concentration. So what we planned for and what we budgeted for has to evolve and adjust based on the funding as it has changed. This is just a general overview. This was a snapshot in time, so we pulled this mid-year report after the December payroll, and so you'll see that it's a little bit less than half, which is appropriate for where we are in the fiscal year. So in goal 1 of the total funds budgeted, that $4 million, you can see we spent about 1.5, and then so on and so forth for goals 2, 3, and 4. That red budgeted amount does not include only our LCFF funds. That includes all of the funds that are listed there on the right, including our federal funds, our LREBG, CSI funds that are specifically for Ivy High School, Equity Multiplier, which is also for Ivy High School. We have assets funds, educator effectiveness, which has sunset this year, an A to G grant, our arts block grant money, and our Prop 28 money. So for goal 1, improving engagement of students and families, like I said, there is a lot of data to back this up. I'm happy to show you additional data if you have questions, but ultimately we have some strengths, and some of those strengths are our graduation rate. So we saw an increase in our district-wide graduation rate of about 1.2%. Our long-term English learners, their graduation rate increased by 4.1%. Our students with disabilities also showed a great increase, 13.9% increase for our students with disabilities. Our white students increased by 3.5%. And then if you'll see, our chronic absentee rate district-wide decreased by 3%, and then Ivy has done some tremendous work. Like I had mentioned earlier, we know that when students are attending at Ivy, and we've set that goal at 86%, the chances are we're going to get them to graduation. So Ivy has done a lot of work to try to ensure that students are engaged with their campus, and their chronic absentee rate has decreased by 24%, which is outstanding. Ivy's suspension rate also decreased by 3.8%. And then there will be further metrics by the end of the year that we will be measuring against, but we have not yet administered the California Healthy Kids Survey for 25-26. Some of the things that we know are areas for growth, despite the fact that we saw that decrease in suspension rate at Ivy, in a lot of our subgroups, we saw that that suspension rate actually increased. So that combined with looking at tiered interventions of supports at Tier 1 and Tier 2, to support students, one of which, for example, is our freshman seminar course. We're hoping to get ahead of some of those things and mitigate some of that for our subgroups. In our previous surveys that we've had with our parents and with our students, two-way communication, and in many of our committees this has come up as well, two-way communication between teachers and parents and counselors and parents is something that has been continually requested, and I think we saw some of that feedback in our trimester presentation as well. We have a lot of opportunities such as Warrior Pride Time, our trimester system, and you'll see that repeated in each of these goals, Saturday Academy, Warrior Way. So these are things that we continue to look at. How can we refine them and expand them to make sure we're giving students the support they need to be engaged with our campus and to continue working on some of those metrics and indicators. One of the things we know needs to be addressed, we're very happy that we are no longer in differentiated assistance this year for our English learners, our students with disabilities. Yay for us. And one of those indicators was our graduation rate. And as you can see, our long-term English learner graduation rate increased by 4%, but we do know that for our English learners who have been here for 5 years or less, that is still a targeted area of need. Their graduation rate is 70.7%, and so we know that when our students are coming to us at older ages, we get some students at 16 or 17, we know that their risk age or time frame is right at the beginning between ELD 1 and ELD 2. Usually if we can get them past that and finding success in school, they tend to stay, but we see a lot of our dropout rate for those students specifically right after ELD 1 and ELD 2. So that's one of the things that we know that we need to continue to look at. This is just a breakdown within Goal 1, and I know you guys have a graphic that lists the many actions for each of our goals there for you. But you can see that the red is what we have budgeted for the year, and then the gray is what we have spent to this point. Some of the more notable and higher ranges are things like Goal 1 Action 9, that's our busing. So it's one of our highest costs in our LCAP. And some of these others that you'll see are in the higher areas. Some of those are attributed to salaries and programs. In Goal 2, lot more strengths, and it's very exciting because I actually had to increase that box up there on the top right because we had so many areas of growth this year, which is outstanding. But we increased in our A to G rate, and we increased in our A to G rate not just for our students overall, but in our subgroups for our students with disabilities and our English language learners. Our English language learners increased by 7%, our students with disabilities by 5%, and then Fallbrook High School increased by 4%, and they're up to 52% in terms of their A to G rates, which is outstanding. The early assessment program in both ELA and math is basically their SBAC scores, their CASP scores, and if they are scoring a 4, that qualifies them as college ready. And so colleges like CSUSM will look at students who've scored a 4, and they will take that into consideration for placement for students. If students score a 3, they're considered conditionally ready, and then if they take a ERWC or an AP or an IB course and they get a C, then the college will take that into consideration and consider them ready as well. Currently, we've seen an increase in both areas. We still want to see that grow even further, but we had a 3.2% increase in ELA, and we had approximately a 2% increase in math, a 14.5% increase in the number of our seniors who are graduating having completed a CTE pathway, and that is largely attributed to having the greater course access through the trimester system. College and career indicator also increased by 7.4%, which is tremendous, up to 47%. Things that we want to continue to pay attention to, despite the fact that we've seen that increase in A to G, there is still an achievement gap for our English learners and our students with disabilities. So they are growing, but we would like to see them continue to grow, and we would like to see that achievement gap begin to close for those student groups. All right. I did add up in the right there because I didn't have time to add it earlier. But we have seen, and this is also tremendous because I keep waiting for it to plateau, and I'm so glad it has not plateaued, but the number of students who are taking AP or IB exams has consistently been growing, at least over the past 7 years, which is amazing. We've had an increase from last year to this year of 19 students, so 524 students in 24-25, compared to the 505 students who took either an AP or an IB exam in 23-24. So we continue to see that number increasing with students having access to those rigorous courses, which is tremendous. This is just the budgeting expenditures as well. So you can see, for example, some of those higher numbers. Goal 2 Action 1, all of our CTE teachers are funded with supplemental concentration. And so that's why you'll see such a high number there. And then a lot of those other actions, you'll see some of those numbers that are higher. Like I said, it tends to be that there are salaries that are included in each of those. Goal 3 for us is ensuring that all of our students are demonstrating competency on our state standards. And again, lots of strengths, lots to celebrate this year. We saw increases in just multiple places. Very few places did we see any decrease. 6% increase in ELA scores for Fallbrook High School, 16% increase in ELA scores at Ivy High School, which is tremendous. 3% increase in ELA at Oasis. We had a 7.2 increase in our math scores at Fallbrook High School, 4.7 increase in math scores at Oasis, and 3% increase in math scores at Ivy. All of those things are no small feat and directly attributable to the hard work that our teachers are doing. As Ms. Garza Gonzalez mentioned, our grades may not be shifting with the trimester schedule, but we are seeing that proficiency happening, and that is due to the hard work that our teachers are doing and talking about best practices and making sure that they are doing that for their students in classes. We've also seen in science, again, increases across the board. So approximately 6% increase in science for Fallbrook High School, 6% increase in science at Oasis, and about 6% increase, that was not science, and also a 6% increase in ELA for our English language learners, 8% increase in ELA for our students with disabilities, and then a 9-point. We didn't have a tremendous increase of percent proficient in math, but what we did see is the average scale scores on the dashboard. Our English language learners maybe are not quite achieving proficiency, but their scale scores are increasing. So that granular growth is happening for those students as well. Another tremendous thing to celebrate. The LP is our English Learner Proficiency Indicator, and that is the LPAC that Lauren had mentioned that our students are taking right now. The window opens in February. They take it every year, and then our LP is calculated based on their growth from one language proficiency level to the next. Ivy High School saw a 34.7% growth in students who grew from one proficiency level to the next, which is, I had to check the data 2 or 3 times to make sure that it was actually accurate. But they did a lot of work around actually meeting with individual students, talking to them about the test, what does it mean, having them set goals, and that is one of the beautiful things about Ivy is that small school allows them to do that really targeted one-on-one, and we really saw that increase. Fallbrook High School increased as well, approximately, I think it was about 3%, but we want to continue to see that increase for all of our students in the LP as well. So we've seen a lot of growth, same as I had mentioned with A to G, growth for our English learners, growth for our students with disabilities, but we do still have an achievement gap. So while we're seeing that growth, we want to continue to see that growth. We want to see ourselves get into a stronger place for all of our students so that they're being successful and they have those opportunities after high school. For our budget, this is our goal 3, budget in comparison to actual expenditures. And for example, things like Action 9 and Action 10, a lot of those are salaries. The electives that we had mentioned before are paid for out of supplemental concentration, so a portion of teacher salaries in order to fund those courses are pulled here. And we are, for the most part, on point in quite a few areas. You'll notice Goal 3, Action 7, that's actually our technology. That's a little bit lower, not because we're not spending that money. We purchase Chromebooks every year. We actually moved that funding source to a different funding source so that we could free up some funds here to make sure that we were putting those towards salaries and some of these other courses that we had going on. And then Goal 4, a lot of this will be repetitive because we incorporated Ivy throughout the entire plan, but we call special attention to them in Goal 4. So that data that's up there on the top right is all very repeated. You'll see that chronic absentee rate that has decreased. Bear with me, I had fudgy fingers. Oh gosh. There we go. Some of the data that you'll see in the top right that maybe we did not include earlier in the presentation is the fact that we have 2 students who are about 10 credits away from A to G. So they potentially, because they have to be A to G and they also have to score well on the SBAC, potentially they may show up in our college and career indicator. To this point, Ivy High School has been 0% of our students prepared, but potentially those could be students that might get us an increase. We also have one Ivy student who has been accepted to CSUSM, which is out 2 now. Oh, wonderful. 2 students, so that's very, very exciting. We are now offering more CTE courses. There's all that additional funding that's coming in through the work that Dr. Luna's doing, but they also have their equity multiplier and CSI funds. And so we are starting to see some of these opportunities for students shifting the narrative and the things that are happening for Ivy High School, which is very, very exciting. So we do anticipate continued growth for them in the next few years. And most of Ivy's funding is attributed other places. This single action that had funding attributed to it is what we had hoped to spend on a portable using our equity multiplier funds. The reason very little has been spent is because there is a lot of approval process that has to happen, DSA working with our architects to determine if this is even something that's feasible for us. So right now we do have those funds. We know that they can carry over. We're hoping to put those towards the portable as we continue to get more information so that Ivy can expand their CTE opportunities and space for their students. And I know it's a lot of information, but any questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much. That is a lot of information and a lot of good news. Obviously, always room for improvement, but that's great to know where the need is and diverse resources there. But thank you. That's a lot of details for everybody to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, action item, petitions to graduate early. Can I get a motion, please?
Yeah, I motion to go ahead and accept the proposal for positions to graduate as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Jones, second by Mr. Rodarte. Questions, comments, or questions? None? Okay, Mr. Caralampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen is not here. Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And Mr. Rodarte.
Aye.
Next, action item 2025-26 School Accountability Report Card, SARC. Can I get a motion, please?
I move that the board approve the 2025-26 School Accountability Report Card, SARC, as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Haskell, Mr. Rodarte, comments or questions? None. Our student board reps are not here. Mr. Caralampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen is absent. Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And Mr. Rodarte.
Aye.
Next, action item, adoption of resolution number 11-2526 regarding accounting of developer fees for fiscal year 24-25.
I'll move that the board adopt resolution number 11-2526 regarding accounting of developer fees for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 pursuant to Government Code Sections 66001D and 66006B as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Rodarte and Mr. Jones. Comments or questions? None. Student board reps are not here. Mr. Carrampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen is absent. Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
My button's working. Aye.
Next, action item, audit report for fiscal year 24-25.
I'll move that the board approve the audit report for FY 2024 through 2025 as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rodarte. Mr. Haskell, comments or questions? Awesome. Student board reps are not here. Mr. Caralampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen is absent. Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And Ms. Rodarte.
Aye.
Next, action item, audit report for Measure AA General Obligation Bond fiscal year 24-25.
I'll go to motion that the board accepts the audit report for Measure AA, General Obligation Bond for fiscal year 24-25 as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones and Ms. Rodarte. Comments or questions? Student board reps are not here. Mr. Caralampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen is absent. Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte.
Aye.
Next, Superintendent Human Resources, information item, revised new deleted board policies and administrative regulations and exhibits.
Yes, the revised new and deleted board policies and administrative regulations are being presented as an information item for a first reading and will return as an action item at the next board meeting. Ongoing reviews and updates are necessary with board policies and administrative regulations. This review enables the district to ensure the policies, regulations, exhibits, and bylaws conform to state and federal law. The district also compares its policies, regulations, exhibits, and bylaws with the CSBA, California School Boards Association recommendations. Additionally, the review serves as a reminder to the governance team and staff of the operational principles and implementation guidelines for the district. There are currently no financial implications associated with this agenda item. The revised new and deleted board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits presented are informational items for the first reading and will be placed on the next agenda for action.
Thank you. Next, action item, revised new deleted board policies, administrative regulation, and exhibits.
I move that the board approve in the first reading the revised new and deleted board policies, administrative regulations, exhibits, and bylaws as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Haskell and Mr. Jones. Comments or questions? Okay, student board reps are not here. Mr. Carrampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen is absent. Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Thank you. Action item, revised new and deleted board policies and administrative regulation and exhibits.
I'll move that the board approve in the second reading the revised new and deleted board policies, BP, administrative regulations AR, exhibits E, and bylaws BB as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Rodarte and Mr. Haskell. Comments or questions? Student board reps are not here. Mr. Carrampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen's absent. Mr. Haskell.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And Ms. Rodarte.
Aye.
Next, 2026 California School Board Association CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. Can I get a motion?
I'll move that the board vote for no more than 9 candidates for the 2026 CSBA Delegate Assembly as presented.
Yeah, I'd like to modify the motion to go ahead and select all 5 of the names listed there.
Awesome.
Do I need to modify my original motion?
Since we haven't gone to the voting part, you can actually, because it says you can vote up to 9, but you don't have to do all 9, you could do less. Then right now you guys can vote to vote for 5.
Thank you for clarifying.
Do you need a second? I'll second that.
Thank you. Comments or questions?
I'm assuming that we cannot have more than 1 person per school district, correct? I'm surprised that there was a vacancy that they were not able to fill, number 6.
I don't know if Trustee Jones has more information on that. I'm not really sure if you can have more than 1. Do you know, Ms. Mesa?
I don't know about, you said only 1 or more than 1 per district, is that your question?
There's a blank, so they didn't get enough people to fill in, so that's where is that. I'm assuming we could not have a second person from our board take that position.
So there's actually 4 blank spots, and that's because they didn't have enough nominations. So you are able to write in the name of a board member to fill in any of those blanks as part of the 9 that you're able to vote for. But that's if you choose to do that.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So, having worked with these people, there are larger districts, Sweetwater, San Diego Unified, for example, that do have more than 1 on the delegate assembly. For a period of time, Vista had 2 people on it. It's allowed, but it was, I don't want to say frowned upon, but it was a little awkward Vista being more of a medium-sized district. But there's no rule that says you can't.
And just from a logistical point of view, as a write-in candidate from a small school district, there would be 0 chance of doing that unless you had an active campaign that you had gotten the vote, because it's countywide. So I don't know that I would want to put a second name forward, but I was just curious.
I would say this, you're right. The chance of getting enough for that would be an uphill battle. However, being that there are so many blank spaces on here, if you were interested, that might prompt a nomination by our chairperson in Oceanside. If you're interested, it's something you could do.
And I believe that the board received email communications from candidates that were interested in being write-in candidates, so that you could add them in, and that's how they gather the votes. I've seen a couple come through, but I know that you're included in those emails.
I think I'll pass at this time, but perhaps down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for taking on that lead. Any other comments or questions?
So just to be clear, you guys are going to vote on the 5 that are listed on there? You guys are voting for all 5?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and not to make this meeting any longer, but I do just want to point out a couple things. 2 of the people on here, Melissa Coe and Dawn Perfect, are people that are in very small districts and have worked with me closely. The 3 of us have been able to team up on things and really kind of drive the need for smaller districts. The other 2 people are also very good. I don't work as close with them, but all 4 of those other people are good people and are doing good work on that. And these are the people that go with me to the delegate assembly up to Sacramento, but they also represent the Counties of San Diego School Board Association, which is a separate body, but it's the same players, so we're kind of doing double duty.
Awesome. Student board reps are not here. Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen's absent. Mr. Haskell.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte.
Aye.
Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered by the Board of Trustees to be routine and will be enacted with one action. There's usually no discussion of these items prior to the time of the Board of Trustees vote on the motion unless members of the board request specific items to be discussed or deleted from the consent agenda.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Rodarte and Mr. Haskell. Comments or questions? Student board reps are not here. Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen's absent. Mr. Haskell.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte.
Aye.
Organizational matters. This is the appropriate place in the agenda for members of the board to request the superintendent provide further information regarding items discussed at the meeting and/or request that new items of business be placed on future agendas. Do we have any organizational matters?
Yes, I would like to add to the agenda for our next month the discussion about the pool repair, modernization, and/or new build, however we want to phrase that, and look at getting current estimates as well.
I support that. I would, just to clarify that, because of our time crunch, I would ask that if at all possible, we make that an action item. If we decide not to, we can vote it down, but if it is something we're gonna do, we would need, that extra month would help us out. So if we, I would support, if we can, making that an action item.
Okay, so I'm not understanding. We're voting on, or you would like an action item on moving forward with the design of the pool or the repairs?
Well, I think the way they described it is that the funds are kind of split so that the restrooms could be listed as modernization, the pool as new construction, and we should get at least 3 estimates for what we have in mind for a pool, current pricing, because I know we got some estimates, but that was several years ago now. So if there's any way we can get estimates in time for that, I agree, it should be an action item.
Maybe I confused it, maybe I misunderstood. I would, maybe this is a separate topic. We're running out of time. I am in favor of having an action item, having a board discussion on moving forward with an additional bond for 2026. And I'm sorry, I might have misunderstood what you were saying. If that's a separate idea,
I agree.
we can make that.
Nope, that's where I was going.
So it's my understanding that we have enough of with our architect, enough of a plan for a pool to move forward. I would like to have a serious discussion, an action item if possible, about doing a bond for November of this year.
So I know in the past, when the board approved moving forward with the bond, you had already received information from the survey company of what it would look like, what our bonding capacity is. Would the action item be to move forward with securing those services? Or would the action item be if we're putting a bond on a ballot and you're doing that without that information?
Thank you for clarifying. I would love to be able to move forward as fast as we can to capture the remaining time we have, but you're right. We did generally start with talking to consultants and securing a little bit of data about our community as far as feedback and things like that. So I think I would modify it to get the advice of those services.
May I suggest then that we schedule a special board meeting to hear those presentations so that you can then have an action item on the March board meeting? Otherwise, the action item won't be able to come forward until April.
I was going to suggest that a special board meeting would work best.
I agree with that. I think part of the reason I do want to have some of that information is that as we're discussing the possibility of a bond, are we looking at $10,000 or $100,000? We need to know that in order to make a lightened decision whether to proceed with the bond.
Okay, then I will reach out to our consultants that will provide information on bond capacity. The scores from the community were fairly recent. We could still go out. I mean, we know how that turned out. And Ms. Mesa will ask you for your availability probably tomorrow, since we are closed next week, so it would most likely be the week after if the consultants are available.
Thank you. Anything else? Date and time of next board meeting. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held, the next regular meeting will be held on March 11th, 2026 at 4:30 p.m. in the Fallbrook High School Library. There be no further business to come before the board. The regular meeting of February 11th, 2026 was adjourned at 8:25 p.m. by